Chapter 1572. The army is confronting each other, and the guards in Princess Jincheng's palace are killing others. Who are you trying to scare when you surrounded our palace? The Tubo people who were aggressive at the beginning just ran away and didn't dare to fight back. A few days ago, they didn't dare to fight their way in. Now they could only run. The weight on both sides of the scale was different. Princess Jincheng was barely able to maintain the balance back then. Now that the Tang dynasty's army was here, if they didn't run away, they would be killed. It's Li Yi, right? There was no hurry. Even though he was still young, he could analyze the situation. No. Princess Jincheng shook her head. Princess Jincheng shook her head. Li Yi has arranged for those who are able to attack independently to be stationed in the important cities of the Yellow River. They will move out themselves. Is this a violation of the military order of the Tang dynasty? Even Zhu Dan himself wasn't sure. Song Zaifu is in power. Princess Jincheng mentioned someone. What do you think Li Yi is thinking? Zhu Dan was attached to Princess Jincheng because he was heroic as soon as he came here. Princess Jincheng was older than him, but she was always gentle. Princess Jincheng's palace had explosives and skyscraping monkeys, so it was safer here. I think my people should have arrived in Chang, and in less than half a month, we will know the result. Princess Jincheng set a time she didn't even dare to think about. Half a month. Something happened in Tubo, and the information was sent back to the Tang dynasty. The emperor of the Tang dynasty discussed with the officials. If they were to take action and arrange the troops, they wouldn't receive any response for at least 2 months. Now, the news reached the Yellow River Army, and they began to relay the news. They could run more than 1,200 miles a day. The speed of the troops transporting supplies was halved, and they had to run 600 miles to deliver the goods. In the past, 600 miles was already a big deal, and 800 miles would kill the horses. When Chang and of the Tang dynasty received the news, there was no need to discuss it. They asked Li Yi, and Li Yi would arrange things in a short time. Princess Jincheng had such an awareness. She had learned this from various sources. What should we do now? Zhu Dan looked at his child anxiously. The child had grown up. He wasn't as wrinkled as when he was born. He was quite good-looking. In a while, when he's full, I'll go out. I won't call Tang Tue to start a war. Princess Jincheng squinted her eyes and said she was estimating the military strength of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, she also knew the manpower that Tubo could mobilize. If there was an 80% chance of winning, she would let the military forces of the Tang dynasty start the war. If it was a 50-50 split, then so be it. It was better to threaten them. The reinforcements and baggage did not arrive. Princess, do you want to eat? When the baby was full, Princess Jincheng patted him. There were no hiccups. It seemed that he was very comfortable eating. The maid asked, "There's no hurry. Let's eat together with the soldiers of the Tang dynasty." Princess Jincheng's face was as calm as still water. Let's eat together. He didn't even want to eat the Qi Dai pearl pill. More and more Tubo people joined the battle with their weapons. They were taught the glory of dying in battle. It all depended on the situation. If that was the case, the Tang dynasty would not be able to destroy it after the Lushan rebellion. As long as the commander of the Tang dynasty did not surrender and was not killed or captured, the soldiers would still fight to the death. Before the Tang dynasty was destroyed, they dealt with the Turks, Tukashi, and Tubo, as well as the aristocratic families. The warriors of Tubo were afraid. None of the soldiers sent by the Tang dynasty were weak. The winged knights once accepted an invitation to fight. They shot at each other with bare arms and won completely. The hot air balloons floated in the sky. The skyscraping monkeys were placed properly. The flintlocks were lying down, squatting, standing, and ready at the back. There were also bags of explosives tied to horses, and the people next to them were holding lighters. Everyone in Tubo knew about these weapons. It was very difficult to deal with them. The military formation guaranteed that they would blow up a large area. If the soldiers scattered, they would face the enemy's military formation. Unless they had the same weapons, they would not be able to deal with it. The flags of Qin Li's winged knights, Zhang Shaosong, and Hao Lingquan were fluttering in the wind. The wind was strong in Tubo. The camp of the Tang dynasty continued to be built. They had to stay here today. When they would go back depended on the situation. Anyway, they could not come here in vain. The people in Princess Jincheng's palace bought things to make food. They roasted and fried with a lot of oil. There were only a few pressure cookers, so they could not make much. Send them to roast firewood and mutton. I'll go too. Princess Jincheng was afraid that the soldiers would be hungry. The door of her palace opened, and she pushed the baby carriage out with her. The baby was sleeping after eating. He was wearing cute clothes and lying on his back. There was an oxygen device in the carriage, and the oxygen-generating equipment was under the carriage. The glass was separately processed to prevent ultraviolet rays, and the light source was filtered. It had temperature, humidity, and oxygen content. This small baby carriage, if it was given to Tubo craftsmen, they would not be able to make it even if they worked themselves to death. No, all craftsmen in the world were the same. Princess Jincheng walked quietly, and the others looked at her. Then she got on the carriage. The military forces of the Tang dynasty were still far away. Fortunately, the road was relatively flat. The nobles of Tubo were helpless. Should they follow? What if they were caught? If they did not follow, they were obviously afraid that Princess Jincheng would go out. Let's go. Qi Lishu thought about it again and reluctantly ordered. He had to go. They did not say that they were here to fight. He sent scouts to contact them, saying that they were here to congratulate the princess and Tubo's new heir. When it was almost noon, Princess Jincheng arrived. Some of the non-commissioned officers of the Tang dynasty were eating. Some were standing guard, and the others were sleeping. Those who were sleeping only ate a few mouthfuls of rice and did not dare to eat more. Those who were eating were chewing and swallowing slowly to speed up the absorption of food into their stomachs. There were also cavalry patrolling around. More horses were standing and eating dry food and drinking water from their own water bags. Along the way, winged knights were responsible for checking where there was water. They only let the horses and people drink it and put it into water bags. The two sides were 5 miles apart. The scouts were running around, not fighting but looking at each other, but neither side ran closer to each other. The Tang dynasty said that they were here to congratulate. Although there were so many fireworks, they could be fireworks, right? Thinking about it this way, the explosive packs were like firecrackers that were lit up. How satisfying would it be, wouldn't it? A large group of people from Princess Jincheng's palace appeared. Others did not dare to approach, and they went straight ahead. Tubo soldiers could not be touched. When the scouts of the Tang dynasty saw this, they ran back and called the others. Those who were sleeping were all awakened, and the soldiers hurriedly tidied up their uniforms. When Princess Jincheng was less than 20 meters away from the team, Hao Lingquan, Zhang Shaosong, and Qin Li discussed and knelt on one knee at the same time. Greetings, Princess Jincheng. The general and deputy general behind them also knelt. Greetings, Princess Jincheng. Greetings, Princess Jincheng. Greetings. The team was not orderly. They moved like the tide and continued like the waves. The scale of tens of thousands of people resounded in the sky, and the mountains responded. The people on the horses cupped their fists and bowed their heads. The people on the hot air balloons waved flags. Soldiers, please rise. Princess Jincheng's tears flowed, and her voice was choked. Her people followed and shouted, Soldiers, please rise. We obey Princess Jincheng's order. Qin Li and the other two took the lead again. Like before, the others shouted and stood up. Another wave of people came. In the distance, the Tubo people were stunned. The other women finally knew what it was like to have a powerful family. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, please subscribe to Qijian if you have the ability. Thank you. The farmers bowed. Chapter 1573. I brought some meat that can be roasted and eaten. Those who haven't eaten, roast it together. Princess Jincheng tried her best to control herself and not let herself choke. Thank you, Princess Jincheng. Hao Lingquan knew what to do and quickly supported her. Not to mention that they hadn't eaten yet. Even if they were full, they could vomit and eat after vomiting. Those who should sleep continued to sleep in case there was a need to fight. Qi Dai Zhudan's men and Princess Jincheng's men entered the camp. Some people came over to help set up the bonfire and roast the meat. More people went to sleep. They were ordered to sleep without worry. Even Qi Dai Zhudan, this San Pu, came in. Would Tubo dare to fight? If they fought, it would be easy. As long as they weren't all wiped out, they could escape with Qi Dai Zhudan, Princess Jincheng, and their children. Then, more soldiers could come and fight. They would have the good reason to fight. They could even destroy Tubo. Nu, am I being used by you? Qi Dai Zhudan reacted. Princess Jincheng glanced at him with a smile and lowered her voice. After Nu finishes her confinement, I will compensate you. Did we agree? Qi Dai Zhudan compromised. When he was young, he succeeded the throne. His mother helped him fight everywhere and killed those who were disobedient and wanted to be independent. He was more attached to his mother. Princess Jincheng was older than him. The Tang dynasty gave Princess Jincheng a lot of good things. He also took medicine and felt that Princess Jincheng was the best. As the saying goes, a gentlewoman is a hero's grave. Even tempered steel was afraid of being soft. Princess Jincheng deliberately brought Zan Pu here to buy time for the Tang dynasty soldiers to rest. Even if the others had the right time and the right people, they still needed at least 5 times the number of soldiers to compete with this army. That was how she measured it. Tubo warriors who farmed and herded while serving as soldiers. How could they compare with the winged knights and Zhang Xiaosong's elite cavalry, who did nothing but think about how to kill people all day long? The winged knights were strong because they had a large number of professional espers. They didn't consider family life. All their actions were for the sake of war. When they recovered their strength and spirit, they could ask them if they wanted to clean up the Tubo palace. Do we fight or not? Hao Lingquan whispered to the other 2 people beside the bonfire. If we can't take them down, we can only kill them. Then this place will become chaotic and will suffer heavy losses. Zhang Xiaosong frowned as he assessed the situation. Indeed, Dongzhu wanted to use Tubo to open a path from Tianzhu to the other side. The original Silk Road has been cut off. Qin Li followed up. He was confident that he could kill the entire Tubo royal court, but it would not benefit the overall situation. If they could subdue the enemy without fighting, why would they sacrifice their brothers? Dongzhu didn't like to fight without help, unless it was a lone army deep in enemy territory. In a situation where they were not alone, Dongzhu supported both economic and military development. If he needed to fight, then he would fight like a thunderbolt. When the army came, there would be no problem with the harmony, but there would be no problem with the harmony. Once they got into formation and attacked Tubo, Tubo would become a pitiful soldier. Should we ask Princess Jincheng? Hao Lingquan looked at Princess Jincheng, who was calmly roasting meat and feeding Qi Dai Zhudan. Princess Jincheng seems to be waiting for our reaction. Zhang Xiaosong observed the situation and concluded. Princess Jincheng smiled as she ate the meat with Qi Dai Zhudan. Her mood calmed down slightly. The people in her palace were crying and laughing. They had seen their loved ones. It seemed that the little prince could be saved. Thinking about it, many people wished that the baby would die or snatch the custody rights. The Tang dynasty was indeed different from the past. At the critical moment, a large number of troops arrived, and each of them was a fighting force. Some people in the palace were sitting and talking about recent events. They fell asleep as they talked. The others in Tubo continued to hold meetings. The great Luan Empire held meetings, while the various forces held small meetings. Chi Dai Zhu Dan was born. Because he was young, many forces rebelled. His mother helped him quell the rebellion. When he gradually grew up, his mother couldn't bear it and died. The great Luan Empire's Qi Li Su took over the heavy responsibility. Tubo held a tribal alliance, which he presided over. He had to fight with the Tang dynasty. Because of the internal instability, if he didn't use external war to resolve internal conflicts, civil war would break out. If he couldn't defeat the Tang dynasty, he could also resolve internal conflicts by suppressing Princess Jincheng. Looking at the situation today, he couldn't suppress Princess Jincheng. The military forces of the Tang dynasty marched straight in, which meant that the tribes along the way didn't dare to fight with them. The Tang dynasty's army moved too fast. He didn't know if people from other places would arrive in time after receiving the news. Princess Jincheng and Chi Dai Zhu Dan ate very slowly. Both of them needed to eat to ease their excitement. Chi Dai Zhu Dan was happy and worried. For the first time, he knew that his woman was actually very rich. When he opened the box, there were boxes of high-denomination exchange certificates. Tubo couldn't collect that much money in 10 years, could it? Tubo's tax couldn't be directly measured in currency. It included livestock such as sheep, donkeys, and other livestock, as well as gems and gold. The tax collected was just like the Tang dynasty in the past. It collected these things, including the rent of highland barley. Slaves were also included in the tax. If there was nothing else to give, the slaves had to be handed over. In addition, the fur of wild beasts and tea leaves were exchanged. Tubo used the lower tribes as the country model. The tribes handed over some things, and the other tribes kept the rest. In the process of war, except for extra rewards, the other things were provided by the tribes. The things and people they plundered were their own. Is that money real? Chi Dai Zhu Dan found that his woman was a rich woman. Not only did she have many guards and servants, but she also had many craftsmen. Now that she had a lot of money, he wanted to snatch it. Li family Zhuangzi sent it. If it's fake, I can still buy things from the Li family Zhuangzi. Princess Jincheng was in a good mood. She used to have money but didn't dare to spend it. If others knew, she was afraid that she couldn't keep it. How much could she rob from the Tang dynasty with 10 million gold coins? It was easy to rob her. From today on, no one dared to touch her money. Princess Jincheng, we can fight for you at any time. Zhang Shaosong and the others looked at the sleeping baby and ran over to ask Princess Jincheng if she wanted to fight. Looking at the baby from the outside, it was very clear. The baby couldn't see the situation outside at all from the inside. It was a one-way view. Not only could he not see it, his eyes were not good. Thank you, generals. Did you receive any orders to come here? Princess Jincheng asked the guests in her heart. When a general is outside, he can't accept military orders. The three people gave the same answer in unison. Princess Jincheng was very grateful. The imperial court didn't know. So many soldiers and horses came here. How much consumption would it take? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Chi Dai Zhu Dan not only spoke the Tang dynasty language, but also wrote well. If you don't come, you will be punished. Qin Li looked at the young man who didn't even have hair on his mouth and said, I heard that General Qin prioritizes stability. Can this be considered a risky breakthrough? Princess Jincheng cut meat for Qin Li. She called him a general, but the other party's official rank was very low. The head of the Wing Knights was nothing more than a senior official, secondary class, 6th rank. Qin Li's rank could only be lower, 7th rank at most. Although his rank was low, his power was great. As long as he returned to Chang, and he could see his majesty at any time. The Winged Knights were famous for their fighting prowess. Qin Li took the meat with both hands and bowed slightly. They say that I am stable because of the internal sand table battle. They are too cunning. I can only deal with changes by remaining unchanged. It's not that I don't know other tactics. Qi Dai Zhu Dan blinked. What do you mean? Can't the generals of Tubo do it? Chapter 1574. Will you beat us? Qi Dai Zhu Dan could not help but ask a question that he should not have. The three of them remained silent. Whether they would fight or not depended on the situation. Anyway, they were not fighting now. They were resting. Zanpu, don't worry. De Luan will deal with it. Princess Jin Cheng continued. She knew how to make use of resources. The elites of the Tang dynasty were here. You must be kidding if you think you can make them retreat with just a few words. For example, if you want to return the money you spent or use other compensation, you can keep the money to buy things from the Tang dynasty. Exchange coupons were circulating in Tubo, but there were very few of them. Tubo did not have a complete currency system. Usually exchange was the main thing. The copper coins of the Tang dynasty were still in Tubo. The silk and satin exchanged from the Tang dynasty were still used as currency. Qi Dai Zhu Dan also remained silent. He did not expect the situation to become so difficult to control. The non-commissioned officer of Tubo, who was in a standoff outside, was in a bad mood. The weather was warm, and they should be farming and grazing. Just because Princess Jincheng's family ran back to the Tang dynasty to tell them the good news of the child's birth. How did it become the military forces of the Tang dynasty running over? Why was Fu Qian indifferent along the way? Even if they could not gather in time, why couldn't they chase after them? The people guarding the important places in Tubo did not understand why a large number of tribes ran over to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty built a city behind the Yellow River. The tribes relied on the city to graze, plant, and breed animals. After the tribes in front left, the tribes at the back took over the area. A large area of land was his. Everyone spread out. Don't let the cows and sheep graze in one place. The grass would be eaten up. Once they spread out, if they saw the military forces of the Tang dynasty running over, it would be considered good if they could send a message. If some people saw them, they would just go over. It's not like they would attack us. The Tang dynasty was rich and did not care about our things. When they accumulated more things, they could go to the Yellow River to find the military forces of the Tang dynasty to exchange for other useful things. Last winter, the tribes at the front encountered a disaster. After they could not bear it, they also ran over to the Yellow River. Their own tribes moved forward. If they encountered a disaster, they could still go over. The territory was big, the troops spread out, and it would be hard to gather now. Go over and fight after gathering? Didn't see the flag? The winged knights, Zhang Shaosong from Hushi, and Hao Lingquan who had killed the Turkic Khagan. Tubo's King City's team could not wait for other reinforcements to arrive. However, there were a few places nearby that sent over 100 people to watch the battle. The onlookers were analyzing the situation. If the Tang dynasty and Tubo Sang Pu fought, both sides would suffer and their chance would come. Everyone, including De Luan, did not know what to do. The people outside the princess's palace in Jincheng were being hunted down. The families of the 10 princesses' bodyguards who reported the news, obviously, would not be handed over. They had already entered the ranks of the Tang soldiers. There were also some people who were very happy to sell things. The prices were very high, more than double the price of sheep, milk, and wood for the fire. Princess Jincheng was too rich. She took out a lot of coupons. Unfortunately, the military forces of the Tang dynasty did not want salt and tea leaves, but they could sell zi beads, gold, tawu, yak skin, and other animal skins. Under the various thoughts of the people, Princess Jincheng ordered the people who were selling the pearls, whoever sent the news and who ordered the hunt, hand over the people. The Tang dynasty soldiers came here to celebrate the birth of the little prince. They will attend the ceremony on the full moon. Treat them well. Princess Jincheng did not want to fight. She was afraid that too many soldiers would die. She wanted to connect the Silk Road through Tubo. She wanted to take back the money she spent on things, preferably goods. The coupons were useless. The goods would be taken back by the military forces of the Tang dynasty, and the cost of the reception would be paid by Tubo. The reason was to attend the ceremony. As for the winged knights killing the scouts of other tribes on the way, it was a misunderstanding, a pure misunderstanding. Everyone did not mention it. When the news spread, the high-level people of Tubo were very uncomfortable. They felt like the alliance under the city. No, it was. Their soldiers were clearly several times more than those of the Tang dynasty, but they could not fight. They were not firecrackers. Hand over the people. Qi Lishu thought for a while, and finally closed his eyes and gave a two-word reply. De Luen. Several people shouted at the same time. Hand over a few unimportant people to entertain the troops of the Tang dynasty. Tell the seller to refund the money. Qi Lishu's face was pale, and his clenched fists trembled slightly. He knew the consequences of giving in. The central control of Tubo was weaker, and Princess Jincheng had the general power. It was difficult to fight against the Tang dynasty in a short time, and the morale would be lost. Princess, you have been wronged. We are incompetent. Zhang Shaosong lowered his head sadly, as if it was a sin not to destroy Tubo and make Princess Jincheng happy. Swish! The generals around all lowered their heads. They did not have enough people. Otherwise, they could have mobilized more people. Why do you say that? A good fighter can subdue the enemy without fighting. Without your support, the people in my palace won't be able to hold on. Princess Jincheng's lips curled into a smile, and tears once again fell from her eyes. She used to think that after marrying to Tubo, she was forever far away from Chang'an. Even if she died, she could not go back. Now she found that Chang'an was right beside her. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi figured out something good, he promised to send it to her. When she was pregnant, he secretly sent the news. Therefore, the things he sent included baby strollers, oxygen machines, and other things. There were also boards that could provide energy for the baby strollers after being exposed to the sun. She was just under pressure, and the soldiers rushed over again. Chang, and was not far away. Princess, the maid handed her a handkerchief. It's smoky. The smokeless charcoal of the Tang dynasty is better. Princess Jincheng took the handkerchief casually and wiped her tears, complaining about the charcoal fire. She thought for a while and said, the pressure cooker is better. It can be used to stew chicken. The rice sent from the Tang dynasty is delicious when steamed. Yes, De Luen took 20 of them and said that he would make more. I don't know if he has made more. If he can imitate them, the people of Tubo will have a better life. Princess Jincheng still had a smile on her face, but it was a little cold. The craftsmen she brought did not work for Tubo. They used to teach disciples, but now they did not. If they wanted to teach, they would only teach the children of the guards. A lot of pressure cookers and kerosene lamps sent by Li Yi were taken away. Tubo wanted to make more of them. However, for some reason they looked the same. Once they were used, they would leak. Why was the exhaust valve not easy to use? Kerosene lamps had no glass, and it was impossible to use a big crystal. It was better to sell the big crystal to the Tang dynasty and then buy kerosene lamps from the Tang dynasty. They could buy a lot of kerosene lamps. The key was kerosene. There was no kerosene. Only De Luen could get kerosene or diesel given by Princess Jincheng. It was impossible to use other vegetable oil and butter. It was better to order it directly. I won't give it to them in the future. She stood on Princess Jincheng's side. He liked to live in Princess Jincheng's palace. There was a big, transparent glass, a fire pit, an underground flue, and a bed with 1,000 steps. They were transported from afar, broken into pieces, and reassembled by the craftsmen. They were painted, and there were no gaps. Chapter 1575. Princess Jincheng ate very slowly. She was waiting for the soldiers to recover their strength. Some of the higher-ups of Tubo still wanted to struggle. It was advantageous for them to fight now. Didn't they always want to figure out why the hot air balloon was so useful in the Tang dynasty? This was an opportunity. The Tang dynasty soldiers who didn't rest used folding military shovels to dig trenches and pile up mounds. Rifles were placed next to them, ready to fight at any time. Some people ran out to dig irregular pits. They didn't ask for them to be too deep or too big, just enough to not break the horse's hooves. Explosives were thrown in front with long fuses. If someone wanted to charge, they would ignite the explosives. 10,000 experts from different tribes gritted their teeth and persisted in riding their horses. They wanted to show off. They couldn't let the Tang dynasty look down on them. In winter, they counted on the Tang dynasty to help them get through the most difficult days. When the clansmen caught a cold and felt uncomfortable, the Tang dynasty gave them a bowl of medicine. None of the clansmen died of cold or hunger. The women washed their hands and faces with hot water and applied antifreeze cream. They looked much better. A large group of women became pregnant at the beginning of spring. It was time for them to show their value. They were the best fighters in the clan. They couldn't be tired. They had to hold on and hold on. The non-commissioned officer of Tubo never thought that the army of the Tang dynasty was easy to fight. Now that he saw it, he found that it was even harder to fight. After rushing for thousands of miles, the army was still neat, and the battalion commanders were in good order. The people on the hot air balloon kept signaling to mobilize the patrolling cavalry. So from any direction, there were no loopholes in the Tang dynasty's camp. The princess of the Tang dynasty gave birth to a boy. She should report to her family in the Tang dynasty. Let her report. Why do they want to kill? And ask the princess to hand over the boy? Now they're here. How many people are there? I'll hand them over to you. You go and catch them. Some Tubo clansmen who didn't want to fight now held their weapons and complained. Their families were waiting for them to go back and herd the sheep. Some sheep were going to give birth in spring. They had to help deliver the lambs, see if there were any mushrooms and other herbs. They could gather them and exchange them with the Tang dynasty for ceramics, ironware, and tea bricks. Just stand there. Are you going to fight or not? The other concubines continued to be envious. They were also not ordinary. If the family did not have enough manpower and power, they were not fit to be a concubine. If he couldn't spare a few thousand cavalrymen, why would Zanpu marry her? Sigh. No matter how powerful her family was, it was still weak compared to Princess Jincheng of the Tang dynasty. In winter, he planted the greenhouse according to the method learned from the Tang dynasty. The things inside grew very slowly. Only Princess Jincheng's greenhouse grew well. Her greenhouse didn't have enough light, so she could light a kerosene lamp, a small mirror, cosmetics, pressure cooker, lamp oil. He would only give it to her when she was happy. Otherwise, they would have to travel far to buy from the smugglers of the Tang dynasty, which was very expensive. The amount of diesel oil that could last half a month for a kerosene lamp required 6 goats. It was just a small bucket that needed to be lit for 4 hours at night. Princess Jincheng will send Tubo's people to the border to hand over the goods and send them back together with the booklet. Princess Jincheng will give a portion to a few powerful people, and the rest will enter the palace. The quantity was written on the booklet. Even if he wanted to steal it, he wouldn't be able to do so unless he forcefully snatched it. Time passed little by little. The longer it dragged on, the more Tubo didn't dare to make a move. Qin Li and others drank. They used alcohol to refresh themselves. They didn't need to be in a real war. They could all participate in the war by themselves. Zhang Shaosong once took the lead and led the most capable personal guards to attack. He was a jinsher. He was tall and strong. He could eat meat and drink wine. If we fight now, can we hold on? Princess Jincheng was afraid of war. They were all on the same side. Dongzhu gave you the medicine. It's a black lump. It's warm when swallowed. After a while, you won't be afraid of pain. But Dongzhu doesn't allow you to take it under normal circumstances. Qin Li didn't hide it. He took out a piece of opium poppy cream from the pocket of his military coat. It was black and hard. If it was a war, it could be eaten when drinking. A small piece was fine, but it couldn't be eaten too much. If the opium poppy cream was drunk, he would lose his life immediately. If he ate it under extreme conditions, he would fight for his life. It was similar to morphine. Seeing this, the surrounding generals became serious. They didn't want to eat it. Li Yi said that if anyone ate it, they would be beheaded if they got addicted. They also knew that during the confrontation at the Yellow River, Tubo's generals had eaten this thing and caused trouble for their troops. Can I try it? Princess Jincheng was curious. He was born in 704. This year, he was born in 718. His nominal age was 15. He still had the impulses that a teenager should have. For example, he liked women. No, this thing. Dee. A special sound came. Princess Jincheng threw the thing in her hand and turned to the baby carriage. The maids had already stood up and were holding the diaper. When the lid was opened, the baby was carried out. There was an uncomfortable expression on the baby's face. They changed the original one, wiped it with a warm towel, and wrapped a new one. The baby's little legs moved twice. He opened his eyes and his little mouth moved. The maids got down from the baby carriage and pulled out a roll. Several people pulled and shook it. A small tent was set up. They covered the baby carriage. Princess Jincheng also went in and started to feed the baby. This baby carriage is very useful. As long as the baby is hungry or uncomfortable, it will ring immediately. There is only one in the whole Tubo. Princess Jincheng introduced the baby carriage to everyone. Zhangpu, there are only a few in the whole world. The Li family Zhuangzi has to use it. Whoever gives birth to the baby gets to use it. Qin Li gave up the idea of asking Princess Jincheng for more. The solar-powered things were exchanged with Li Dongzhu's life. There was something attached to the baby's body. Once the baby's heartbeat changed, it would immediately call the police. Qin Li didn't know that even in Li Yi's time, not every family had this thing. At first, it was too expensive. Later, people didn't want to buy a multi-purpose incubator that cost tens of thousands of yuan. Of course, premature babies would cost tens of thousands of yuan to live in an incubator for a few days. It wasn't expensive. The function of the incubator was to monitor, increase or decrease pressure, increase or decrease temperature, increase or decrease humidity, and provide oxygen. The nurses were the most expensive. The hospital had to make money. Oh, Princess Jincheng felt a little better. At least he had one in his tubo. He looked at the tent. Can you invite Li Yi to come over? Zhangpu, why don't you go over and bring Princess Jincheng back? If you have such plans, write a letter. The baby is still young and needs special arrangements. Qin Li helped to refuse. Why should Li Dongzhu come over? If you kill Princess Jincheng and her dowry, Li Dongzhu will come over. You don't need to invite him, and it's faster than spreading the news. I'm afraid it will be dangerous if I go over. Princess Jincheng was quite honest. Oh, the three of them answered at the same time. So you are afraid of danger. Then why did you ask Li Yi to come over? Is Li Yi not afraid? Moreover, Li Yi is not familiar with you. Why should he meet you? Is it a greeting or an audience? He is free and unfettered in the Li family Zhuangzi. Why should he greet you? He and His Majesty call each other brothers. What do you call him in Tubo? Chapter 1576. When it was time for dinner, the winged knights rested well and were on guard. Zhang Xiaosong's team began to eat. They ate a mouthful of barbecue meat and chewed it slowly. Their saliva secreted a lot and they swallowed it together. The 20,000 people, brought by Hao Lingquan, drank hot soup first and took over the work of the 10,000 tribesmen who were about to collapse. The 10,000 people ate the meat and drank the horse milk wine. When they were full, they went into the tent and fell asleep. The baby woke up again and continued to drink milk. In the middle, Princess Jincheng slept for 3 hours. Her current routine was that the baby drank milk. She woke up, the baby took care of the urine and feces, and the maids took care of it. Then she also had to eat, mainly stewed vegetables and steamed rice in the pressure cooker, or noodles in the pressure cooker. She used to eat a lot of things that she didn't like to eat, but now for the baby's nutrition balance, She could eat whatever he needed to eat. Fortunately, the recipes Li Yi gave her tasted good. Occasionally, she would eat the local split-belly fish soup, but more often, she would eat the canned fish sent by Chang'an. The local people didn't eat split-belly fish, especially during the oviposition period, because it was poisonous. For example, in the current season, it could only be eaten with the pressure cooker. It was pressed into a thick soup, and it tasted delicious. Today, Tubo's religious beliefs were not completely fixed. The former princess Wen Cheng liked Buddhism, but it was not the kind that was passed down in the future. Princess, after a few days, we will use the collected tools and then feed the baby with a bottle. The maids knew that Princess Jincheng was working hard. Princess Jincheng didn't even dare to find a wet nurse. Because the baby was born prematurely, for the sake of health, Princess Jincheng held and fed the baby every time. The purpose was to make the baby feel more at ease. Otherwise, she could squeeze it out in advance, and it could be stored for a few hours. N. Give me a fruit, Can. I want to supplement my vitamins. According to the book Lettuce. Is there any kin food? Princess Jincheng fed the baby. He was hungry and wanted to eat. Yes, what's the staple food? The maids nodded. They had to remember the inventory, in case they lost it. There were also other women who came to ask for it. If the quantity was not enough, they wouldn't give it. The women who asked for things didn't take it for free. Like the people outside the palace, these women told Princess Jincheng about their group and how many people they came every day. The status of these women was not too high. If the concubines wanted something, they would have someone send it over. It was a trade, but the prerequisite was that the Princess of Jincheng was willing to trade. Women who didn't have enough status didn't care who went down and who went up. Princess Jincheng was unlucky, and they couldn't take advantage of it. Besides, the Tang dynasty was so powerful. If something happened to Princess Jincheng, it would definitely be a big deal. Princess Jincheng was eating at the camp. She would not leave tomorrow, but the people from the palace brought the winged knights to guard the palace. She needed to wait for Tubo to complete the baby's 1-month-old ceremony. Those who were supposed to attend the ceremony, as well as the things that were given to her, had to hand them over. It didn't matter who he handed it over to. It was guaranteed that it would be a scapegoat. He could just find some random people and let them take the blame. As long as he handed the person over, the status of both sides would be different. To put it bluntly, someone had wanted the Princess of Jincheng to kneel, and now they were kneeling. Both sides were the bosses of the black society. One side demanded the other side to hand over their subordinates, while the other side refused to do so no matter what. Then more people came, and the other side saw that things weren't going well, so they handed over their own people. Those who were handed over were definitely not people. One side supported the boss more, while the other side was thinking about how to overthrow the boss. Outside the tent, Qin Li reported, "Princess, there is a woman outside who calls herself Ji Guyangjin. She brought a lot of things and wants to see you." "Thank you, General Qin. Please come in," Princess Jincheng said. Not long after, a group of women entered the tent. They put down the things first and surrounded the baby in the pram to look at the baby. They turned around and talked to Princess Jincheng again. The maids were next to them, sorting out the things they brought. They were mainly some mushrooms, game, and butter. Princess Jincheng warmly invited everyone to eat together, and the atmosphere was harmonious. If they hadn't been here before the military forces of the Tang dynasty came, Princess Jincheng would naturally find an excuse to send them away early. For more than 2 years, they had been in charge of the princess's things, and they also gave her things. They naturally wouldn't give her things such as tea leaves, ironware, and silk. Princess Jincheng didn't lack them. They were all exchanged from the Tang dynasty. Some were flowers that she picked herself, some were things that her subordinates hunted, and some were made by herself. Princess Jincheng didn't lack anything, so they could only try their best to be on good terms with her. Now it was time to repay them. For a single matter, The great Tang had sent 260,000 horses and 60 to 70,000 elite soldiers. Under normal circumstances, 300,000 Tubo soldiers could compete with these soldiers. The main reason was that their weapons were too powerful. Sister Nunu, we gave you something. We pooled our money and gathered a batch of food for the soldiers. Ji Guyangjin's status was relatively high among the sisters. She took out a list and wrote the things she wanted to give on it. It was in the language of the Tang dynasty. Sister Nunu, when you asked people to buy our things before, we didn't accept the exchange coupons. You usually give us a lot of things. Another woman emphasized that she didn't ask for money. She gave it directly and now she gave it again. It's all thanks to your help. Nunu won't say thank you. You have something to give me. Princess Jincheng looked around. Some people were older than her, but they still called her sister. She said this when she saw a few women who hadn't come to her before. The group of women didn't understand. They just nodded. A trace of loneliness flashed in Princess Jincheng's eyes. She missed the days in the palace. How smart were they? What she meant was that she didn't say thank you, but she thanked them. If they had something to give her, she might have something. But when they were short of something, she didn't say that she wouldn't give it to them. Sister Nunu, will there be a fight? Ji Guyangjin, who didn't understand, expressed her worry. Why would there be a fight? These soldiers know that the baby is about to be a month old, so they came to watch the ceremony. De Luan must have already arranged the ceremony. Princess Jincheng reassured everyone. I won't fight. My family has been persuaded by me. Everyone was relieved. It was good that they didn't fight. They were so worried. If their family was half as capable, they would have gone there in the morning. The group of warriors who knelt on the ground with one knee earlier made them feel emotional. Sisters, I still have to buy things. When the time comes, I will ask people to take them back and sell them. I will make a lot of money. Do you have anything you need to sell or buy on my behalf? Give it to me, and I will send it back together. Princess Jincheng began to give benefits. She accepted the gifts. She couldn't let the people who were close to her suffer losses. Now the women understood. They were all beaming with joy. They couldn't wait to go back and organize the supply now. When the things were sold in Chang and of the Tang dynasty, there was no transportation fee. The transportation fee was the most expensive. 20 pieces of good leather smuggled to the Tang dynasty could only be worth 10 pieces of leather. After they were sold, they would buy things and send them back. The cost of the transportation fee was not worth 1 piece of leather. It was good enough to earn 1/20th of the transportation fee. It would take a long time. If someone could help, 20 pieces of leather could be exchanged for more than 40 pieces of leather. Chapter 1577. As night fell, more tribesmen rushed over. They were all teams of 100 or so people. They first watched from afar. Some people couldn't wait and approached the camp to report their identities. They were from a certain tribe. These people usually belonged to tribes that were relatively close to the Yellow River. They didn't come here to fight. They asked for information and were invited to the camp. They fed the horses first and rested later. When they knew that there wouldn't be a fight, they sent a team of 10 people back. They went back to tell their own Fujian and then told the people of the Tang dynasty. That's right, they were helping the Tang dynasty. If the Tubo dynasty and the military forces of the Tang dynasty started a war, they would report the situation back. Their thoughts were simple and direct. When disaster struck, who would help them? The Tubo royal court obviously wouldn't care. Even if the tens of thousands of people from the Tang dynasty were all killed, the Tang dynasty still had many soldiers. The Tubo royal court would definitely suffer heavy losses. They would help to pass the message. When the winter was hard, they would ask the Tang dynasty for help. The Tang dynasty would remember the past, right? The reason why they had to enter the camp was to show their identities. They were on the same side as them. Anyway, the Tubo royal court couldn't attack them. It was so far away. If they really attacked them, they would give up their belongings. They would give all their cattle and sheep to you. They would run to the Yellow River with their tribesmen. It didn't matter what they lost. If they lost something for the Tang dynasty would compensate them double. Now, they were just moving there bit by bit. It was summer, so they were embarrassed to go there directly. The people who joined the Tang dynasty first met them when they went out to hunt. They all said that the Tang dynasty had many good things, including medicine for curing diseases. The hunters brought pressure cookers with them. It was the first time in their lives that they ate a pheasant cooked by a pressure cooker. The meat was directly deboned, and the bones could still be chewed. They said that they were borrowing it, but they didn't say when they would return it. They had been using it all along. They also heard that they needed hot water to give birth. Without a pressure cooker, the water was not hot enough. No wonder after their tribesmen gave birth, there would always be children who died. It turned out that they were sick soldiers. Yes, sick soldiers. If they wanted to kill sick soldiers, they had to use the water boiled in the pressure cooker. De Luen, someone wants to betray us. The people from the large factions found Chi Li Su and expressed their worries. They had scouts who knew the situation of the people who came and went to deliver messages. And how could Chi Li Su not know? Why don't we use the tactic of exhausting the troops? Make a ruckus from all directions and pretend to attack. Someone else suggested. Chi Li Su looked at the other party and stared at him. The other party was already exhausted during the day. Why didn't you fight? Now, you're using a strategy of exhaustion? If the military forces of the Tang dynasty also shout kill, aren't you afraid that our army will roar? What if they attack first? Another noble thought that everyone was the same. Do you know how the wing knights are trained? Do you know what Zhang Xiaosong's army is like? Those from the Tang dynasty were all elites. They usually received the best treatment, and their families received a lot of benefits. How could they kill each other? Do you really think that he wrote the camp whistle because he was scared? Chi Li Su Tai knew the reason for Ying Xiao. Someone was deliberately venting. The lower the morale, the more likely it was Ying Xiao. When the troops of the Tang dynasty arrived, they carried out the deployment of the camp in an orderly manner. They were already very tired, but they still persisted. Seeing them kneel to Princess Jincheng, they were actually proud. They were not kneeling to Princess Jincheng, but to the glory of the Tang dynasty. Do you believe that they will call your troops a mutiny if you make trouble for them? Now, you are telling me this? Are you sure you really want to fight? What were you doing earlier? Why didn't you take advantage of the fact that the other party was tired and unsteady? You clearly don't want to fight, but you still act like you're not afraid of fighting. Who are you trying to show? On the other side, Princess Jincheng was sleeping, hugging her as she slept. The tent was not as comfortable as the palace, but Princess Jincheng slept soundly. The camp was not quiet. There were always the footsteps of the patrolling soldiers, very orderly. The people who were listening automatically turned this movement into the background music. In the deeper night, Li Yi did not sleep. He slept for a long time in the afternoon, so now he was energetic. He ran to the yacht and looked at the moon alone. It was a new moon, not the first day of the lunar month. From the first day to the 5th day of the lunar month, the moon could not be seen at night. It could only be seen during the day when the weather was good. So the night was vast, and the new moon was like a hook, which was misleading. Today was the first quarter moon. The moon came out early, so it was right in the sky. On the 15th day of the lunar month, the moon would be overhead in the middle of the night. Li Yi always thought about Princess Jincheng, a girl who took on the responsibility of the country at such a young age and married far away. To put it nicely, it was to promote cultural exchange. Then, why didn't the real princess marry? A country relied on a woman to pacify the border. How could it be called a prosperous country? Li Yi felt that he had transmigrated too late. If he had transmigrated earlier, he would not have married anyone. But then again, was it the time of Princess Wencheng? Could he have transmigrated earlier to the Han Dynasty? It was still early if he had transmigrated to the primitive society. How much suffering would he have suffered? As he thought about it, he drank by himself. Dizzily, he took out the cello and sang by himself. The night is hazy and shines on the horizon of the new moon like a hook of memories of the past, like a dream. Please ask the people you miss so often, cry, Li Yi sang. As a male chauvinist, he always felt that he owed Princess Jincheng a lot, or the other women who married far away because of politics. Woo, 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 woo. Unknowingly, the sound of a flute with the same tone sounded. Under the light, Xiaolan played the flute. Princess Yongmu appeared in a colorful dress and began to dance. Princess Yongmu danced. Someone played Jue Guang, and a group of palace maids and eunuchs followed. In Li Longji's dynasty, palace maids and eunuchs all had to be multi-talented. After repeating it twice, Li Yi stopped. Princess Yongmu and the palace maids and eunuchs posed. The Jue Guang dimmed, but there was no curtain. When Tian, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Li Yi called Princess Yongmu over. We're not open tomorrow. I've told them that they can go back and use the new things first. Princess Yongmu ran over with a smile. That's right. Our Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion is a high-end business. Opening every day doesn't reflect our status. Opening 2 or 3 times a month is considered a lot. Li Yi poured beer for Princess Yongmu. He was drinking beer now. The reason why he was drunk was because he drank white wine at the beginning. It was 60% alcohol. He felt that he was under too much pressure recently. Ever since he went out to sea, he hadn't relaxed for a long time. After drinking half a liter of white wine, he wanted to have a good night's sleep, but he was too drunk and still wanted to drink. In other words, he drank too much. But when he sang, his metabolism increased and he could continue drinking. Li Lang, I will drink with you. No one will disturb us. Let's report Chitin King Li Shihua is dying. First aid, first aid. Before Princess Yongmu could finish, someone shouted, how can something happen to him in the Tang dynasty? Isn't there an imperial physician visiting him every day? Li Yi's eyes widened. This situation was not right. Chapter 1578. Li Yi knew in history that Li Shihua was going to die this year, and he was prepared. Li Shihua wanted to marry the princess, but Li Yi refused. Then Li Shihua stayed in the Tang dynasty to learn some economic knowledge and strengthen trade with northeast Chitin. When a person is going to die, it can't be because of a change in lifestyle and then it's gone. Li Yi couldn't figure it out. I check your body every day. You don't have high blood pressure and cerebral hemorrhage. Unless you hit yourself or got beaten up, it's impossible. Give me an explanation. Why can't you do it? In history, you are going to die this year. There must be a reason for your death, right? I have already done an MRI on you. There are no major problems. Send it here? Who killed it? Li Yi knew there was a messenger, and Li Shihua should be arriving soon. No, it's the frog he had for dinner. A live frog. He chopped off its head, peeled its skin, dipped it in mustard, and ate it. He even drank a raw egg. He said it's good for health. The messenger stood on the shore and shouted, Is it because you can't breathe? Li Yi shouted back, Yes, I can't take it anymore. The messenger on the shore replied, Is it because you have diarrhea? Then your bowel movements are out of shape. At the same time, you have low bowel movements, flushed face, and pimples? Li Yi asked again, Yes. Li Dongzhu, can you still save him? The messenger replied loudly, Go and catch the person who told him about his health. Send him here, quickly. He is allergic to protein. His gastrointestinal tract is reacting first. Let me go. Li Yi knew the situation. The stomach acid decomposed the frog and the raw egg, causing protein allergy. This allergy is no matter how much you breathe, you can't breathe in. This is because the alveoli are not exchanging oxygen. To put it simply, it's like a big plastic bag. Put the opening of the bag to the mouth and blow it up. Then breathe in. Every breath will consume oxygen. When there is no more oxygen, no matter how much you breathe, you will feel flustered and unable to breathe. This is the simplest form of anaerobic state. Asthma is a symptom of not having a bag, not exchanging oxygen and histamine. In many cases, altitude sickness was caused by a lack of oxygen in the blood. Emergency treatment. One is pressurized oxygen, and the other is antihistamine. If that still didn't work, he would use an adrenaline injection and a cardiopulmonary ventilator. I'll fly. Don't die in the Tang dynasty. I can't afford to lose face like that. Li Yi shouted and ran to find his aircraft. At this moment, he was much more clear-headed and sweating profusely. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, he rose into the air, flying towards Li Shihua's location. He rose into the air, and the news quickly spread to the other people in Zhuangzi. The ministers and Li Longji all woke up. Li Yi's speed was very fast. He directly arrived at the destination and saw the car that was transporting Li Shihua. Li Yi went over to take a look. Li Shihua was panting heavily with an anxious look on his face. When he saw Li Yi, his eyes were filled with pleading. "You won't die. Listen to me. In a while, when I tell you to exhale, just do it. Then I'll put something in your mouth. Pinch your nose and breathe in when I tell you to. After inhaling, hold your breath for half a minute. Do you understand? Do it." Li Yi took out the asthma spray and said to Li Shihua. Li Shihua felt that he was going to die soon. Seeing Li Yi was his last hope. He heard it and nodded vigorously. Exhale, inhale, hold. 001, 001, 001, 001. Breathe. Comfortable, right? Breathe a few times. Do it again. Exhale. Li Yi directed and operated. After 2 times, Li Shihua's alveoli could finally exchange oxygen. Li Yi pulled the small oxygen tank on his back to the front and covered Li Shihua with a pressurized oxygen supply. Li Shihua's face relaxed. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He dared to guarantee that this was the first time in his life that breathing oxygen was so blissful. He stared at Li Yi and wanted to say something. "Hold, I'll fly first. You go to Zhuangzi. I'll treat you later. It's very dangerous for me to fly out. I've already landed." After Li Yi finished speaking, he hurriedly boarded the aircraft and flew back to Zhuangzi. While Li Yi was treating, a group of people gathered together. Xiao Yi forced Li Shihua to stay last year and didn't give him to the princess of the Tang dynasty. Why did something happen to him? Baigu's condition was still okay. He was old and felt light. He didn't understand why Li Shihua was being checked every day. Why was it still not okay? Could it be that the King of Hell is recruiting people? Even if you tell him in advance, he can't avoid it? Baigu muttered. "Gang Ro flew just now. When the King of Hell recruits people, it depends on their speed. They're racing against time. Whoever is faster is stronger." Zhang Jiling began to be superstitious. "Didn't Xiao Yi beat up the Su family last time?" Yao Chong mentioned the Su family sooner. The King of Hell, the judge, the black and white impermanents were all defeated by Li. Maybe the underworld changed people. Isn't there always a change of ministers too? Wei Zhigu glanced at Yao Chong. Yao Chong was about to retort, but he knew that he was in the wrong. He turned his head and saw Lu Youqiu. Lu Youqiu nodded. "That's right. I was also a minister before. Didn't I join the group now? It's time to change." Fortunately, the princess wasn't betrothed to him. Otherwise, Princess Yongla would have changed her husband. Li Longji shook his head. His expression wasn't very good. Li Yi was against the marriage, and the incident with Princess Jincheng had just happened. Thinking about Li Shihua's situation, Princess Yongla was young, and Li Shihua was very old. The Tang dynasty used women to marry, and brother, he was very disgusted. Could it be that the Tang dynasty's men were all dead, so they had to rely on women to sell their bodies to appease the people around them? Zhuangzi is still too small. It should be expanded. Su Yi complained about the size of the Li family's zhuangzi. He could live in Zhuangzi, but his family couldn't live there for long. He wanted a place of his own. To the north is the imperial plantation, to the east is the mountains, and to the west and south is the river. There's nowhere to go. Lu Huaishan shook his head. The place was only so big. Build a bridge and cross the river from the east. Now, there's only the Ba Bridge in the south. Su Yi took a step back. With a bridge, it would save time. Currently, if one wanted to leave the Li family's Zhuangzi, they would have to go around the Ba Bridge in the south. That's not bad. Zhang Juling expressed his support. It would be more convenient to work, and they wouldn't have to go back and forth to deliver things. The others agreed and added a bridge. Li Lang, how's the situation? Princess Yongmu waited for Li Yi to land before running up to him. He ate blindly and finally ate a problem. He doesn't have any experience. Actually, he has diarrhea and can be adjusted by physical means. He was anxious and panted hard. The more he panted, the harder it was for him to recover. When he comes over, give him an antihistamine. You can also use a hot towel to wipe his throat. It's just that his throat is easily swollen and affects his breathing. In Li Yi's eyes, this was a very minor problem. However, if it wasn't dealt with properly, he would still die. Experienced people would relax in the same situation. Then, they would stop panting and hold their breath. If they couldn't hold it, they would breathe in a little bit and hold it again. Slowly, the alveolar oxygen conversion function would recover, and the person would survive. If there was an antihistamine, it would be safer to take a pill. It was a last resort, but at least it was better than blindly panting. The imperial physician has ways to deal with it. He insisted on looking for me. The imperial physician can avoid trouble. Li Yi thought about it and found that he didn't have to deal with it himself. He was depressed. Chapter 1579. When Li Shihua arrived, his whole body was itchy. He scratched with his hands, but the more he scratched, the more itchy he felt. Li Yi wiped his body with a hot towel. Li Shihua's eyes lit up. What kind of medicine did you soak in? Hot water. Can't you eat cooked frogs? Why must you eat them raw? What if there are parasites in them? Salmonella may exist in raw eggs. Can't you just live well? Why must you torture yourself to death? Reach out, Li Yi said as he prepared the medicine. It was saline and an intravenous drip. Itchy. There's no part of my body that's not itchy. Wipe it for me again. Li Shihua did not dare to be angry with Li Yi. He looked aggrieved. Get 2 supervisors to wipe it for him. Li Yi looked for a eunuch. Palace, maids'll do, Li Shihua requested. Observe carefully. Li Yi instructed the male nurse and removed the oxygen mask. Let me breathe for a while more. I can't take it anymore. Li Shihua liked the feeling of breathing in oxygen. It was comfortable. Bathe and sleep. I don't dare to drink too much now. It'll delay things. Li Yi ignored him and went to rest. As soon as he entered the bathtub, Baigu came over with a towel wrapped around his waist. Xiao Yi, go over there and steam him. I drank. I won't steam. Li Yi refused. He was puzzled. Old Bai, why don't you sleep at night? How many days can Li Shihua live if you fly and hear his movements? Baigu lowered his voice. It's not a serious illness. It's acute. After about 15 minutes, he'll feel lazy and sleepy. It's usually like this after allergic reactions. Li Yi was quite familiar with this. When the histamine reaction was eliminated, the more uncomfortable the itch was, the more comfortable he would feel afterwards. Is it as comfortable as massage? Baigu stared at this question. It's not the same. Massage is applied by external force. The body's reaction is systemic. Li Yi shook his head. Xiao Yi, you have many tricks up your sleeve. Let me have an allergic reaction once, then. Baigu requested. Li Yi, someone come and give old Bai a scraping treatment. The effect is about the same. At the critical moment, Li Yi thought of another Chinese medicine method that could be comparable. He was really worried that Bai Gu would eat blindly just to try it out. It could easily eat to death. Xiao Yi, I knew you're amazing. After you're done, give me a cupping. Bai Gu was satisfied. Why don't you ask them who dares? Li Yi said, and was about to enter the small pond. Bai Gu turned his head to look at the service staff. The service staff shook their heads in unison. After scraping, they could not use cupping. Every cupping would cause a pot of blood. Xiao Yi, don't go. Go and soak in the pool. Your third brother is here too. We have something to discuss. Hurry. Bai Gu remembered that he had something important to do. When Li Yi arrived, a group of people were soaking in the water. Li Shihua was an important figure. It involved the stability of Khitan. If he died in the Tang dynasty, it would be a serious problem. After asking Li Yi for help, Li Yi personally flew over. How could he die? What kind of illness was he suffering from? Wasn't he always checked? Why didn't he find anything? Or did he deliberately let him die? Brother Yi, I heard that it was caused by eating something by mistake? Li Longji received the news. It's not a mistake. He wanted to try it. I'll give him some antiparasitic medicine later. What if there's something? Li Yi did not admit that it was a mistake. Gang Ro, if there's a problem, we can only go around Ba Bridge. If we delay for too long, how about building a bridge? Zhang Jiling helped to express his idea. Choose a bridge or an arch bridge. I plan to tear down the original Ba Bridge and build a new one first. Once the water level is high, big boats can't pass through the bridge. Li Yi did not object to building a bridge. The current Ba Bridge was awkward and would delay water transportation. When Wei Jigu heard about his own matters, he suggested, first, build an arch bridge over Ba River next to Ba Bridge. Tear down Ba Bridge and turn the small arch into a big one. In the past, there were piles of stones, but now there's reinforced concrete. I'll find someone to measure the size of the arch. The pier of the bridge is still very useful. Tearing it down will take a lot of effort. The boat will lack a reference point and will easily run aground. Li nodded. Okay. Although the status of the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty was not high, as long as there was enough money, technical problems were not a problem. The construction of an arch bridge was simple. First, build a wooden arch bridge, then pile up stones. For the suspension bridge, a boat would bring a rope over. The thin rope would pull a thick rope, and the thick rope would pull an iron chain to the winch. Speaking of bridge building, when Tian and I discussed before we went out to sea, in the Tang dynasty, all the outstanding people will be rewarded. As for the money, the Li family Zhuangzi, or the Tang dynasty's Chao Tian Foundation will pay. Let His Majesty choose. His Majesty will take a small part of the money. Li Yi took the opportunity to talk about his plans. He wanted to improve the treatment of outstanding people in various industries and promote the development of technology in various industries. Okay, I support. No problem. Xiao Yi, you worry about it. It's a small matter. Everyone expressed their opinions. No one cared. After all, they were not the ones paying. Song Zaifu. When this matter is carried out, it will be recorded in history. Li Yi was puzzled. Don't you want your reputation? Whose name will be recorded? Mine or His Majesty's? Or not? This is such a good thing. Why doesn't the Li family Zhuangzi do it himself? Song Jing said with a look that said, Don't lie to me, I've seen through your scheme. Song Zaifu, you misunderstand. His Majesty is not that kind of person, right, third brother? Li Yi said, regretfully, Yes, according to my understanding of His Majesty, he is a very easy person to talk to. Song Zaifu, you won't participate? Li Longji guaranteed. Song Jing shook his head like a rattle drum. I can already leave a rich mark in history by being able to experience the current era as the head of the Secretariat. As soon as he finished speaking, all the officials became solemn. Yes, he participated. The history books would record that he was part of the prosperous Tang dynasty. In that case, everyone, let's work together. Li Yi clasped his hands. Let's work together. Everyone clasped their hands in response. Start building the bridge tomorrow? Build both bridges at the same time? Su Yi was anxious. If it was someone else, he would never say tomorrow. It was a joke. In front of Li Yi, he dared to say, build it now. Don't think that Li Yi could not do it. If there was an urgent report that something happened at the border, how quickly could Li Yi mobilize the army and baggage? He had soldiers. The Southwest barbarians and the Tiela 10 families surrendered. Those who could fight would be trained every few days. When needed, he would send people out to fight. Their families would stay behind. Deal. Li Yi agreed as expected. Minister Wei's Ministry of Works will send people to command. The Workers' Alliance will participate and send capable people. If you can't give good technical personnel status and power, then give them enough money. Good. Wei Zhigu agreed. He was not unhappy to be ordered by Li Yi. Who's paying? Bai Gu hurriedly asked. Originally, I wanted to pay. Old Baiyu, okay, Shaoyi, you pay. I'm just asking. There's nothing else. I won't fight with you. Bai Gu reacted quickly. After he finished speaking, he secretly gave himself a thumbs up. Li Yi was willing to spend money. Originally, the common people could still cross Ba Bridge. My Zhuangzi gradually expanded and became my place. Naturally, the bridge will be repaired by me. Later, I'll spread the word in the capital and the surrounding provinces to strengthen the fire prevention. There must be a large wooden bucket next to the haystack to hold water and a water dispenser. Haystack? Is it firewood? Lu Chong was puzzled. He looked at others, and they gave him I don't understand either expression. Grass to feed rabbits, Li said as he closed his eyes. Chapter 1580. Shao Yi, thank you for reminding us. We were so busy with court matters that we forgot. That making silage out of the grass? Bai Gu's voice gradually became lower as he felt guilty. They were talking about building a bridge. How did they end up talking about raising rabbits? Rabbits eat grass all the time and get diarrhea easily. Feeding hay is dehydrated, but you can feed extra water. In this season, grass and trees are flourishing. The people who raise rabbits know to cut the grass. After cutting it, a lot of grass can still grow. Cut it every once in a while, just like growing leeks. In early autumn, a year's worth of grass is enough and there is still a surplus. In case of fire, the fire will not only burn the grass, but also the hope of the people. Li Yi had observed rabbits before and had scientific information. In summer, there was a lot of grass. Rabbits could eat it, but not all grass. They would look for shrubs and hay to eat. If there was both grass and hay, rabbits would be considered as New Year's Eve. When rabbits eat grass, they will adjust. There are two kinds of feces. When there is a lack of fiber, rabbits will eat a lot of grass. Later, there will be a type of grass with high fiber and vitamins. They will turn around and eat it. It was the most convenient to feed rabbits in summer. Put in grass and hay, and they will know what to eat. You write it in the newspaper. The court orders it. Song Jing did not say that he only cared about court matters. Was it not a big deal for the people to raise rabbits? The people raised rabbits to eat meat, and sell rabbit skin. Raising pigs was tiring to feed children, and cutting pigweed required a lot of effort. When raising rabbits, the children in the family would cut the grass that rabbits eat and bring it back to feed them. This was an income for the whole family. It was no small matter for the people. I'm going back to sleep. Li Shihua is probably asleep. Li Yi finished soaking and left the pool. Oil paper is going to be expensive again. We have to produce more. It's not easy to find strips to weave baskets. Li Riji did not dare to leave. The emperor was here. Oil paper. Lu Yochio did not understand. Su Yi helped to explain. There are more rabbits, chickens, and pigs. The price of meat in the capital and the surrounding prefectures will definitely drop. Only by selling can we stabilize the interests of the people. The best way is to make canned food. Canned food requires oil paper and rattan baskets. The cost of other things is too high. Bamboo tubes are also good. It's a pity to use several years of bamboo to make canned food. In that case, it's not good to have too much rabbit skin. Fortunately, not many people can afford to wear leather clothes nowadays. It is very important to have a pair of leather boots in winter. Lu Yochio mentioned that the rabbit skin would not impact the market for the time being. There were too few skins on the market. This was especially true for new pigs, which could not be raised for a long time. Their skins could be used to make braised pork, or they could be used to make shoes and clothes. 2 or more years of pig skin was suitable. Compared to other types of skin, pig skin was harder and had large pores. It has something to do with what pigs eat. Pigs are omnivores while cows and sheep eat grass. The skin of a pig that was a few months old could only be used to make braised pork or meat jelly. It couldn't be used to make gloves or shoes. Even if it was barely made, it wouldn't be sturdy enough. Most importantly, the fur of pigs was not good. Some small animals were also omnivorous, but their fur was good. Let's go back. Tomorrow, all of you will have to work hard again. Li Longji stood up. I need to have a scrape, not cupping. Bai Gu had not forgotten about this matter. When they went out, sure enough, someone reported that Li Shihua had fallen asleep and was sleeping very soundly. The next morning, Li Yi woke up feeling refreshed. He drank too much yesterday and went to treat people while drunk. If he was investigated, he would have to go to jail. Fortunately, no one in the Tang dynasty punished him, including Li Shihua, who was rescued. He did not intend to complain about Li Yi's drunken treatment. A large group of people from Khitan came to thank Li Yi with gifts. When Tian, I didn't receive the consultation fee last night, right? Li Yi ate the hot, shredded pork noodles. He drank too much yesterday, and his stomach was not feeling well. He did not want to take stomach medicine. You didn't receive the medical fee. Princess Yongmu was certain. Yes, you even flew to see a patient. In that case, I will accept the gifts they sent. Li Yi continued to eat the noodles. The shredded pork was made of tenderloin, tender and easy to cook. The noodles were naturally machine-made noodles. There was a flour press. It was too tiring to roll by hand, so the noodles had to be covered with dust. 1/3 of his bowl of noodles was made of shredded pork. There were also wood ear, shredded carrots, and mushrooms. Only half of the noodles were made of noodles. Princess Yongmu ate the steamed egg soup. It was a big bowl of steamed egg soup with 6 steamed eggs and meat gravy. She did not eat the staple food. She said that she would eat some snacks when she was hungry later. Xiao Lan scooped the small crucian carp in the iron pot. It was a big pot of fish jelly made last night. The crucian carp was small and had many bones. If it was not made crispy, it would hurt the throat. If it was cooked hot, it would all break. Therefore, she stewed it in a big iron pot. When it was cold, she took a spatula. When the fish was fresh, she stewed the head together with it. Xiao Lan ate rujiamo with the fish jelly and drank pickled vegetable soup. She even put a few cloves of sweet garlic in the plate next to her. Li Yi ate the noodles and felt awkward. When he looked at what Xiao Lan was eating, he understood. Xiao Lan, don't the fish jelly and pickled vegetable soup taste fishy? Li Yi found the source of the awkwardness. I asked them to stew this pickled vegetable soup with fish soup. Xiao Lan smiled sweetly. Li Yi gave her 2 thumbs up. Amazing! I thought that my cooking was invincible, but I didn't expect it. He really admired her. With fish soup as the base for the pickled vegetables, the fishy parts had long been merged. With the fish jelly in the iron pot, it tasted even better. This Xiao Lan was not ordinary. It was Qing Dai who told me that I like to eat pickled vegetables and cold fish in the iron pot. I can't add any seasoning, so she gave me the idea. Xiao Lan didn't take the credit and told him about the little girl. Let's see how it goes today. I'll use 2 death row prisoners to practice. After Li Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to eat the noodles. chewing as much as possible. This disciple of his couldn't be found even with a lantern, not to mention that there were death row prisoners to practice with. Even if there were no more, they could still capture captives. It was cruel to an individual, but it was helpful to a group. Those in power had to consider the majority, just like the rules of the law. On the other side, Li Shihua, who was eating with his own people, had completely recovered. It was not a big deal to begin with. He felt different. Last night, he thought that he was going to die for sure. He tried his best to breathe, but why didn't it work? When he breathed in, it was as if he didn't breathe at all. Only when Li Yi descended from the sky and took out a celestial medicine and sprayed it on his mouth did he manage to breathe again. When he reached Zhuangzi and rubbed the celestial water on his mouth, he no longer felt itchy. He had never felt so comfortable before and didn't know when he fell asleep. It was really the work of a deity. He heard that he liked to eat pine nuts, so he just happened to have some left. Li Shihua's subordinates observed their master. Yesterday, they saw red spots all over his body. When they scratched him, a large patch of skin bulged out. It was really scary. His face was one size bigger, and it looked like he was going to die. When they looked at him in the morning, he had recovered. Today, when Li Dongzhu is free, we will ask him what we should do. He won't harm us. Li Shihua said to his subordinates. The group of people nodded. Right, Li Dongzhu always gave them benefits. He was a kind person. Li Dongzhu helped to sell the worthless things they had. The cocoons of silkworms and the roots of wild vegetables were sent over. Li Dongzhu gave them diesel oil, soap, and skin cream. A large amount of pine nuts could be exchanged for a small mirror and perfume. Li Dongzhu was at a disadvantage. This included how they planted their own land and the seeds they provided. How could there be such a good person in the world? Could their Kaitins join the Tang dynasty? They heard that even Tubo could join. Chapter 1581. The people who raised rabbits in the Tang dynasty didn't know that someone had helped them when they were bathing in the imperial court last night. The newspaper was published, and the people closest to it got it first. Looking at the content, the people who raised rabbits were asked to divide the grass into several piles and not touch each other. If possible, they should dry it in the shade. If not, they could dry it in the sun. The dried grass was like making dried vegetables, so it was better to dry it in the shade. The imperial court would ask the local government to borrow a large wooden bucket to fill with water, and a bamboo pump to put out the fire when the water ran out. The grass on the straw pile was like being drenched by rain. The upper layer of grass couldn't be fed to the rabbits. If possible, they could build a shed and put the hay in the shed to feed the rabbits at any time. Autumn was the last stage of storage. My family has been doing this for a long time. Sometimes I think about what is written in the newspaper and share it with other people. It's a sunny day today. Cut the rabbit grass later. There's a lot to do. Look after the big wooden bucket. Don't let it be stolen. Who's stealing it now? Isn't it good to use a pottery vat at home? The rice was planted more than 10 days ago. Don't let it be dry. It's tiring to hold the water. The water can only be held if the water net is removed. Li Dongzhu is a great benefactor. His Majesty, it's His Majesty. Yes, the sage is above. Find the great benefactor, Li Dongzhu. It's the sage's great benefactor. The sage is heartless. He treats the people like straw dogs. Don't talk nonsense. The sage is good. Then it's not the sage. It's His Majesty Li Longji. You dare to call him, it's true. Li Longji found Li Yi. Li Yi helped us live a good life. We set up memorial tablets for Li Longji and Li Yi. Stop talking. Look, the sun is high and the dew is gone. Go cut the grass. The people read the newspaper and talked about eating and working. Some of them even took the newspaper while working. The newspaper was cheap. When they went back, they could use it to practice writing and then paste the wall. They didn't want to use it for the fire. They saved what they didn't need and gave the extra to the Li family Zhuangzi to sell as waste. Li Lang, I'm going to teach the kids. I haven't taught them for a long time. Princess Yongmu and Li Yi finished their meal and went to teach the children in the village. After she left, the children were taught by the people in Zhuangzi. Go ahead. I'll rest and practice. Li nodded. I'll teach them the words of the saints, Confucius. Princess Yongmu agreed. Confucius is Confucius. Don't call him a saint. The saints are heartless. Li Yi shook his head. Didn't you say that injustice means equality? Princess Yongmu tilted her head. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and righteous. Saints are not benevolent and righteous. Don't beg heaven and earth and saints. Beg yourself. Master the laws of nature and farm well and raise livestock. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. Heaven and earth are under Tao, and Tao is under nature. Wasn't this the same as physics, chemistry, biology, and so on? They studied and utilized the laws of physics. Bowing to the heaven and earth could use medicinal herbs. Kneeling to the saints can produce a steam engine. It was the disciples and descendants of the saints who tried their best to explain a straightforward sentence in order to protect the status of the saints. Li Yi gave his opinion. What this and that, it was all nonsense. People in the same team could think of ways to say that the fart of the previous team leader was fragrant. It was that simple. Even longer ago, all kinds of things were used to sacrifice to heaven and earth. The heads of animals, the grain in the fields, the linen that was woven, the fish that was caught, they were all sacrificed to heaven and earth. What did the saints do? They were the leaders. They also held sacrifices and sacrificed people. Were such things rare? Wasn't this the same as heaven and earth being heartless and treating all things as straw dogs? Saints being heartless and treating the people as straw dogs? Later, Confucius said, only villains and women are difficult to raise. He said it, right? What to do? Wash. It meant that it couldn't be washed clean. It was too simple. Wash what? Wash karma. Why did Confucius say this? Because he did this and that in the past. It wasn't his fault. He had a reason for scolding people. It was right. Wasn't this nonsense? Who would scold people for no reason? Wouldn't that be a mental illness? It wasn't illegal for a mental illness to kill people. It couldn't be washed clean. In the end, it could only incite more people. Whoever dared to criticize Confucius would be killed. That was right. Wasn't Confucianism like this? When their true colors were revealed, everyone understood. If they couldn't beat you, they would admit that you were right. They were afraid of being killed by you. Did they really think that Confucianism and Confucianism were good people? Then why did the savior of the people deal with them? Everyone in Tubo now felt that it was right for the soldiers of the Tang dynasty to come to watch the full moon ceremony because the team had rested well. If they didn't accept it, they would do it. Were they afraid of being killed? Thus, the communication between civilizations became the law of the jungle. The weak were prey to the strong. As the carnivorous side, Princess Jincheng took the initiative. Before dawn, Tubo was preparing. Today was the baby's full moon. The baby was drinking milk again. He didn't have a regular pattern and would eat when he was hungry. When he was born, he was dry and wrinkled. After being carefully taken care of by Princess Jincheng's palace, he was now white and chubby. The ultraviolet rays didn't burn him at all, unlike many babies in Tubo who couldn't be directly exposed to the sun because they weren't well taken care of. He was the son of Princess Jincheng. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have lived until now. How many premature babies in the current era could survive? Moreover, it was in a highland environment. The proportion of oxygen in the air, the intensity of the ultraviolet rays, the nutrition of the mother's milk. He had a baby carriage, a hyperbaric oxygen chamber, a radiation shield, a real-time monitoring system, and automatic temperature and humidity adjustment. Your life was saved by Li Dongzhu. When you become Zongpu in the future, you must be loyal to the Tang dynasty. You can't send troops. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu will personally come to kill you. You have to call Li Dongzhu your uncle. If your uncle can let you live in 1 out of 10,000 situations, He can kill you in 10,000 situations. In a few days, your uncle's gift to you will come back. Guess what it will be? The princess of the capital was chatting with her son. The baby only knew how to eat. You talk about yours and I eat mine. He was a little afraid of Princess Jincheng. He had to ask Li Yi about this matter. Li Yi had specially written teaching materials and sent them over to teach Princess Jincheng. When our baby grows up and doesn't need it anymore, we can lend it to whoever Zan Pu wants to rope in with this pram. The capital princess did not glare at him and ask, "Who do you want to borrow it from?" That was not in line with Li Yi's teaching material. A normal man would not be afraid of a woman's glare if his status and strength were not lower than the woman's. Women were the same. It wasn't because they were afraid, but because they compromised in order to protect their feelings. No matter which one of them took the initiative to deal with the relationship between husband and wife through oppression. In the end, what was consumed was the feelings between them, and the distance between them would become more and more distant, fainter and fainter. Sure enough, it worked. "No, and I have the same thought." Then he asked, "Why do the soldiers of the Tang dynasty look so powerful?" "Those who aren't powerful didn't come. Only the powerful soldiers can protect Mai and Zanpu's child. The baby is born prematurely and needs the protection of a man's masculinity." Princess Jincheng was still so gentle. She said that she would protect him, not trick him. Absolutely not. Chapter 1582. When Li Yi began to practice with the nurses, the tubo ceremony began. There was no human sacrifice. What did it mean to give the child a human sacrifice? When there was a sacrifice, yaks blew sheep. Donkeys called wild horses, pheasants, wolves, and other animals were all killed in advance and placed on the stage. There were also grains. Tubo had highland barley, wheat, sorghum, grass seeds, snow lotus, and so on. Tubo could only grow rice if the climate was warm. Without the unique climate of this era, tubo would not have been able to grow. Additionally, there were spring onions, carrots, cucumbers, cabbages, lettuce, coriander, garlic sprouts, eggplants, chives. Princess Jincheng planted a greenhouse. No matter what tubo should have at this time, anything could be planted in the greenhouse. Things like canned peaches and fish were opened and placed on the altar. Bicycles, pressure cookers, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, hand cream, toilet water, soap. This was the heartless world, treating all things as straw dogs. Everything was put on the stage to represent strength. A large box of exchange vouchers was piled up. Stay away from the candles and don't burn them. Other things had to be taken back after the ceremony, although bicycles could only be ridden in a limited area. It was all grass that was half a person's height. Bicycles could not be ridden, nor could places with big stones. It was easy to fall to death on the ice and snow. After the operation, Deluand Qi Lishu asked Princess Jincheng to bring the baby up. Princess Jincheng pushed the cart, and the Tang dynasty soldiers watched the ceremony in front of the cart. Originally, Qi Lishu should directly touch the baby and give his blessings during the ceremony. The sun was so high that it was impossible to open the cover. He had to touch the cover and look at the baby at the same time. Until now, he had not seen what the baby looked like. He knew that the baby was premature. At this moment, looking at the baby's white and chubby appearance, he unconsciously smiled. The baby was really cute. The clothes given by Li Yi were pure cotton, close and comfortable. The baby slept with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The baby's clothes had cartoon bunnies, squirrels, and other patterns. The bottom was milky white, and the animals were colorful. The cuffs and trouser legs were inlaid with 2 gold edges. The baby's feet were small, and his hands were clenched into fists. She made people want to hug and kiss her, lift her up high, and spin her around in circles. Their hearts were about to melt. For a moment, Qi Lishu felt that it was good to be separated by a cover. Don't take it out. What if it gets tanned? He finally realized the true nature of the Tang dynasty. Normal children should be lying in bright silk, as gorgeous as they could be. The decorations in the baby stroller in front of him were refreshing, simple, and cute. It lacked elegance, but it was more natural. Can you say that Princess Jincheng has no money to buy brocade? Her family was also poor? Why does this dress look particularly comfortable? Qi Lishu lowered his voice and asked Princess Jincheng. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is that the baby wears it comfortably. The diapers are all made of pure cotton. Princess Jincheng also lowered her voice. So, clean even after washing? Qi Lishu didn't feel ashamed. If he didn't know, he could just ask. The real shame was to hand him over. Yes, but it needs to be steamed in a pressure cooker. The baby's things can only be used once. When it's delivered, I'll unpack it and wash it. I'll use it for something else. Princess Jincheng told him the truth. The Li family Zhuangzi must ensure that the baby would never be infected. Premature babies were weak. The baby didn't need to face the antibody directly. It was done through breast milk. When will the soldiers of the Tang dynasty go back? It consumes too much every day. Qi Lishu finally asked the key point. 10 days later, the others will leave. The winged knights will stay. The winged knights will be supplied by my palace. Princess Jincheng gave the time. There were more than 30,000 people in her palace. Otherwise, how could she compete with others? It was no problem to feed 5,000 more winged knights. She had her own land, which was given by Tubo. Her land in Juku was used by Tubo to fight against the Tang dynasty. Now it belonged to the Tang dynasty. No one will hurt the children of Zanpu. Qi Lishu promised. When the news is sent back, His Majesty and Dr. Li must also think so. Princess Jincheng didn't believe it. She threatened him. Qi Lishu straightened up and went to the next step. Other people with status sent gifts to the baby carriage. Jewels, swan and eye, wolf teeth, gems, golden sculptures. Princess Jincheng's subordinates kept a record of what they had given her. In the future, they would have to return more, not less. Therefore, everyone was very generous. Some people directly gave a gift list with a number of yaks, horses, and sheep written on it. Princess Jincheng accepted it. If others received such gifts, they would return it several times more. It was a loss. She could send the things back with the rest of the troops when they evacuated. In the Tang dynasty, the price would not be the same. If she changed it to something from the Tang dynasty and gave it back to others, the profit would be several times more. If she sent back 10 Z jewels, she could get at least 50 Z. If she bought 50 Z soap from the Tang dynasty and sent it back, she could get more than 500 Z. She could return the gifts generously, and others would be very happy and feel that they made a profit. She knew why. The Tang dynasty opened the road. The fight that opened the road was more direct, fighting with force. Otherwise, ordinary businessmen would face the risk of being killed and robbed along the way no matter where they came from. Therefore, after the very serious and solemn ceremony just now, everyone was happy during the blessing segment. The Tubo slaves may be stupid, but the people in the upper class were not stupid. They sent their wives to deliver things to Princess Jincheng, and some even borrowed things from others. When Princess Jincheng asked people to bring the things back to the Tang dynasty, she would sell them for money and return the things back. Princess Jincheng's people in her palace had already been contacted. They said that they would earn at least 3 times more and made a list of what they wanted. Even if the cattle, sheep, horses, and other livestock were not transported away, Princess Jincheng would keep them and calculate accordingly. Things developed to a point where the baby's full moon ceremony under the city's alliance finally became a platform for the upper class of Tubo to take the opportunity to trade. Princess Jincheng was very excited. The reason why she asked others to leave after 10 days was that she wanted to continue to buy things and cooperate with the upper class of Tubo. Otherwise, why would it take 10 days? Was 5,000 winged knights not enough? The hot air balloons, explosives, sky-piercing monkeys, and guns were all left to the winged knights. She was learning. She was smart. She didn't have the chance before. She wanted to strengthen herself for her son, for the Tang dynasty. For the sake of politics, she married Tubo and often left her hometown. She had accepted her fate. After that, there was little contact with her family. Now she felt that she was still the princess of the Tang dynasty. When more than 250,000 horses, carrying the soldiers and weapons of the Tang dynasty came. Then when the hot air balloons took off, the explosives were arranged, the sky-piercing monkeys were set up, and the soldiers knelt down and shouted to greet Princess Jincheng. She knew that her status had not lowered at all, and she even had more. In the imperial palace of Chang, and there were not so many elite soldiers of the Tang dynasty to support her. When De Luan Qi Li Su announced the end of the ceremony, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty raised their guns and fired at the nearby places with fewer people at a 45-degree angle. The others were shocked, and when they found that they were not shot, they were relieved. Qi Li Su was also frightened. He immediately looked down at the baby. The baby was sleeping soundly as before. "I'm not afraid of the noise," he said. "The car is soundproof. The baby can't hear such a sound." Princess Jincheng whispered. Chapter 1583. At the end of the ceremony, all the blessings had been given. The Tang dynasty soldiers who attended the ceremony were warmly received. Qi Lishu did not need to worry because he was not needed. The other Tubo nobles took the initiative to take out things and even helped to feed the horses. They hoped that the team would take their things away when they went back, and then the next group of people would come and exchange for the things they needed. If they could not master absolute force, politics would inevitably serve capital. Tubo's army happened to be controlled by the major tribes, and the central army was the most concentrated. Let them fight, they needed benefits. Under the premise that there were enough benefits, they found that they were not in danger, and other things were easy to discuss. Princess Jincheng inexplicably became a trading platform. She gave discounts to people who were close to her before, but not to others. She knew that this operation could benefit her and the Tang dynasty, including Tubo. She could not figure out how the price difference came about. Since both sides had profits, including the transport army, then how did the profits come about? Exchanging things, and the people who helped to transport in the middle. All three parties did not suffer in the end. Not only her, but Princess Yongmu also began to think about this problem now. In the morning, Li Yi finished practicing on the two death row prisoners. They were still alive and very successful. He was learning. Everyone's specific situation was different, but there was a pattern. "Li Lang, are you still performing surgeries in the afternoon?" Princess Yongmu did not want to eat braised pork today. She wanted to eat braised mutton. No, rest and relaxation can last for a long time. Li Yi chose to eat braised pork for lunch, which was what the poor ate in the past. There was also fried liver, water, and fried tripe. The poor ate these, while the rich ate roast duck and gubuli steamed buns. There were also people on the beach who ate oyster omelet, which was made with oysters and sweet potato powder. They ate what the poor ate, including the tuna of the Japanese Empire. They did not eat it before, and only those who could not afford to eat would eat tuna. Later, roast duck and steamed buns were gone, mainly because they were too expensive and lost their characteristics. Everyone did not lack meat to eat. Fried tripe, braised pork, and fried liver became popular. Cheap oysters became good things, and roast sweet potatoes were not cheap. "Li Lang, I thought of something when I saw the business. I plant rice, you plant cabbage. I use rice to exchange for your cabbage. The medium in the middle is currency, right?" Princess Yongmu knew how to think. If she didn't understand, she would ask. "Yes." Li Yi swallowed a piece of pig intestine. "You made a profit, and I didn't lose anything. What's going on? What's extra?" Princess Yongmu was puzzled by this question. The people around him stopped eating and quickly took out their notebooks and pencils. The extra resources are the surplus resources. The surplus resources are the rice that you can't finish and the cabbage that I can't finish. We each gave our own things of value, and in the process of exchanging, there would be a difference in value. A positive difference would be a profit, and a negative difference would be a loss. In fact, if you buy my cabbage and I buy your rice, it would be an equivalent exchange. In the absence of a third party, the value depends on our consensus. If we use currency and there is a third party, it will become surplus resources. Li Yi was not in a hurry to eat. The weather was hot, and the stew would cool down slowly. If there is a merchant involved, and the merchant also didn't lose anything, then what did he earn? Princess Yongmu still didn't understand. You only treat the material as something with value. You didn't take the labor into account. The merchant provides labor and knowledge, and this is called value appreciation. In the process of realizing value appreciation, the merchant helps other sellers of production materials to solve the problem of surplus resources. If you can't sell the watermelons, they will rot in the field, and the surplus resources will be wasted. The merchant will convert the wasted resources into resources that you want to have. Li Yi gave a simple example of planting watermelons. Princess Yongmu shook her head. I don't farm anymore. I carve stones. If I don't sell them, will the stones rot? Will the seas run dry and the stones rot? Li Yi nodded. If you carve stones and don't sell them, it will be considered value accumulation. In the process of accumulation, you will still produce surplus resources. These surplus resources will be reflected in the form of your extra work. You need other goods, including wheat and cabbage. A part of the value you earn from your extra labor will be given to the stones you carve. You pay more. In the process of contributing, the stones you accumulate can be considered your investment. The reason you can invest is because you have surplus resources. I didn't pay a lot. I'm smart and my skills are good. Princess Yongmu disagreed. Your skills are good and you have more value appreciation. You are comparing with others. You should compare with your own production efficiency. Li Yi said very patiently. Then I'm wasting surplus resources. Princess Yongmu frowned. If you plant watermelons, it will be a waste. If you carve stones, it will be an investment of surplus value. When the price of similar goods is high, you will use your investment to gain value appreciation. Otherwise, it will depreciate. Li Yi waved his hand. The difference between stones and watermelons was the length of storage. Princess Yongmu bit her lip. So, things that can be stored for a long time and have a high probability of value appreciation are the main materials for wealth accumulation. To a certain extent, yes. But what you said has become financial management, not a problem of basic value. Buying gems, gold and silver is a way of managing wealth. There are also famous paintings and calligraphy. Another way of managing wealth is through the financial model. For example, lending is also a way of managing wealth. There are also investment and financial management models. You can hire servants to do some work or cooperate with others. The scope of the involved is very wide. Li Yi's thinking was still relatively clear. He was not led astray. Oh, I understand. If I take a lot of money and don't spend it, will the money be valuable? Will it be considered as surplus resources? Princess Yongmu returned to the topic. This is the same as carving stones. There is a situation of value appreciation and depreciation. Li Yi returned to the topic. How does the currency appreciation and depreciation appear? Princess Yongmu continued to frown. It is in the mode of currency issuance and productivity. When credit is issued, the productivity of society cannot keep up and the currency depreciates. When collateral is issued, productivity is greatly improved and the currency appreciation increases. Currently, the currency exchange coupons have been increasing in value. I am the one who is adjusting it. One is that I need it to increase in value. I need to provide more production technology and convert it into productivity so that the people can live better lives. The other is that I need it to increase in value. If it increases in value, others will recognize it more including foreign businessmen and foreign countries. The former needs the social progress of the Tang dynasty to be greater, and the latter needs the external monetary policy of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi explained the situation of the currency. He was in control. Princess Yongmu was satisfied. She turned to Xiaolan and asked, Xiaolan, Li Lang said that the currency will increase in value in the future. Shall we invest in currency? Xiaolan was stunned and shook her head vigorously. No, Xiaonyang, we should invest in Li Lang. Chapter 1584. When Xiaolan told Princess Yongmu that she was determined to invest in Li Yi, Princess Jincheng became the target of investment. After the ceremony, everyone ate and drank together. Women of high status drank wine. The wine made by fermenting milk was not high in alcohol content, and people would get drunk if they drank too much. Princess Jincheng did not drink. She needed to feed her children, so she did not touch wine. She drank watermelon juice, which was grown in her glass shed. She used a hand-cranked juicer to squeeze a cup. Other watermelons were given to noble people, such as Qi Lishu. Qi Lishu could eat half a watermelon every 10 days. They had their own silk and silk shed, and the total length of watermelons was not big. Princess Jincheng did not need to please anyone. Giving others things was a reward. She provided 10 big watermelons this time, and everyone cherished it very much. Qi Daizhu Dan stayed next to his son and chatted with Qin Li. General Qin, can you give us money for cooperative investment outside the 9 bends of the Yellow River this year? When Qi Daizhu Dan asked, his voice was low, almost like a mosquito's hum. Fortunately, Qin Li had learned to read lips and stared at Qi Daizhu Dan's mouth. This. Qin Li thought about it. After more than 10 seconds, he said, with the increase of the foreign population, the local industrial structure needs to be adjusted. Under the premise that the proportion of the primary industry with grain and medicine remains unchanged, promote the input and output of animal husbandry. Increase employment positions, help the foreign population adapt to the current social and economic model as soon as possible, and strengthen manual employment, technical guidance. Change from passive to active, change from passive to dependent, and innovate first, expand the scale of available land, improve. General Qin, I don't understand. Just say it directly, simple. Qi Daizhu Dan's head was buzzing. He looked at Qin Li with a trace of fear in his eyes. He felt that the generals of the Tang dynasty were too powerful. In Tubo, they could be the great Luan, right? Oh, it's simple. If Dong Zhu wants to give you money, he will give you money. Qin Li changed the way he said it. I see. Then will he give it to me? Qi Daizhu Dan was not sure. The place was occupied by others, and he could not beat them. Maybe he can. Qin Li replied with such an answer. Qi Daizhu Dan did not want to ask any more. Princess Jincheng was stronger than him, so she was able to communicate with a group of women. Someone directly gave her the goods and promised to give her a percentage of the profits. If someone sold something to her at a high price, she would be considered to have bought it. Usually the price would be doubled. She let the army take her away and didn't give the other party the things she got back. There were also people who wanted things, but they didn't have enough resources and money at home right now. They had to wait until summer to harvest. They asked Princess Jincheng to help them buy the items in advance, and they would calculate the money when they came back. Most of the tribes lived near India, and they let their women bring Indian things to sell to Princess Jincheng. Diamonds were the first to bear the brunt, followed by ivory and rhinoceros horns. Currently, elephants and rhinoceroses were not endangered species, so it was not easy to hunt them down. Diamond wasn't a real diamond yet. It took a lot of effort to polish it. Only those that looked good could be used as jewelry. Princess Jincheng herself didn't understand the price, but the people in her palace did. They helped to classify and estimate the price. Princess Jincheng threw out a lot of coupons. She didn't know that her actions had earned back the value of the coupons Li Yi gave her. Her 10 million taels belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi, so she didn't have any collateral. She was afraid that she would be short of money in Tubo, so she had to have enough money when she wanted to buy things. She got the coupons and was confident, so she didn't use them. If she bought the goods now and brought them back to the team could only relay the goods to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi could earn several times the profit through one trade. It was just enough to take out the collateral of the extra coupons. If she used the money to buy land, Li would have to bear the extra cost. The land belonged to her, so she didn't have to pay taxes or dividends to the Li family Zhuangzi. When buying land, a lot of coupons ran to the Tubo people. The Tubo people brought coupons to the Tang dynasty to buy goods. Li Yi wanted to ensure the absolute value of the currency, so he could only release new technological products to make up for it. Princess Jincheng didn't plan to buy land. She would get as much land as the Tubo people gave her. She could get it through other means, but she didn't think it was worthwhile to spend money to buy it. The land belonged to the Tubo people, not the Tang dynasty. No matter how much land they owned, this was not their home. The people in the princess's palace were the most excited. The 5,000 winged knights would stay, but they didn't know how long they would stay. Anyway, with them here, they could sleep well. Children were the most sensitive. When the adults' mood changed, they immediately felt it and ate a big bowl of rice more than usual. Since they had the pressure cooker, they ate samba less often. Samba was stir-fried Highland barley noodles. It was mixed with milk or water and then eaten with milk and water. If the conditions were good, there was butter. The pressure cooker was different. It could be steamed, stewed, or boiled. The Tang dynasty sent a lot of vegetable oil to fry things. As long as the oil was big enough, it was not a problem to fry vegetables. Fried dough twists, baked bread, steamed buns, and cooked dumplings in the pressure cooker. The beans they brought could be used to make tofu. The soy milk was boiled in the pressure cooker and a layer of bean skin was peeled off. The yak meat and the chili oil were fried into meat sauce in the pressure cooker. Then a bowl of noodles was cooked and eaten together. It was delicious. Today's staple food was rice, which was arranged by Princess Jincheng for her son. It was steamed in advance and covered to keep it warm. The vegetables in the greenhouse were taken out and fried. There were meat fried with meat oil, vegetable oil, and steak wrapped in breadcrumbs. There was mutton soup for sheep, handheld mutton, and grilled mutton. The strength of the princess's palace was revealed. This meal was free of cost. The purchasing power of the exchange coupon was too strong. A light piece of paper was worth 100 liang. How much transportation cost could be saved if they carried it to the Tang dynasty? The added value was how much they could save. They drove the yak there. The yak couldn't stand the hot weather and had to eat on the way. 100 liang could be compared to 300 liang. How much money could be used for food? It would be considered a lot if Tubo could collect 300,000 yuan of national financial income in a year. A few years ago, Great Tang's income from renting and mediocrity was more than 7 million taels. The people in Tubo who participated in the ceremony knew that Princess Jincheng was very rich. She had boxes and boxes of money. Unfortunately, the money belonged to Princess Jincheng, and they couldn't get it. How dare they rob Princess Jincheng? Could they still spend the money they robbed in the Tang dynasty? No. After robbing Princess Jincheng, how would the Tang dynasty retaliate? Beep, 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 beep. The baby carriage sounded the alarm. The maid ran directly to change the baby's diaper. According to the time, it was not time to eat yet. The baby opened his eyes. Before the uncomfortable signal was transmitted to his brain and feedback, the diaper was changed and he vomited again. Princess Jincheng hurriedly picked up the baby and put his face on her chest. Every time the baby woke up, it should be like this. The baby's eyes couldn't see things clearly. He could only know his environment through smell and physical contact. Chapter 1585. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the people in Princess Jincheng's palace, it was too short, so short that they didn't have many memories of their time together. The children born in Tubo were not old, so they only had an impression of the Tang dynasty in stories. They knew that the Tang dynasty was in the east and that the sun would rise there. It was not easy to see the army of the Tang dynasty. The soldiers were different from the Tubo people. They helped with work. They didn't bully the elderly and women. They always had a smile on their faces. Now they were leaving and didn't know when they would come back. The people in the palace were sad, but they were relieved that the winged knights were not leaving. The winged knights were better than the other soldiers. They could do carpentry, farm, and herd sheep. She took out a piece of paper and made up little animals. Except for the ones that couldn't make a sound, the winged knights would imitate all the animals they made. The meatballs they made were the best. They were beaten with a big stick and finally turned into meatballs. Zhang Shaosong stood under the horse and said goodbye to Princess Jincheng and the others. There were many carriages in the team made of pure wood. They needed to be repaired along the way. When they reached a place where the carriages couldn't be used, they would leave the carriages and let the horses go. They would save as much energy as they could. The next time they came, if the carriages were still there, they would harness the horses and use them. The team was even more bloated than when they came, and this was when they left the hot air balloons, sky monkeys, explosives, and other things. Zhang Shaosong and Hao Lingquan each had a special box with the same content in it. They wrote what they needed on the paper and waited for them to get back to the Tang dynasty. The Tubo people were trustworthy, so they were not afraid of being cheated. The people in Princess Jincheng's palace played music to send them off. The team didn't go fast. They were not as anxious as when they came. It wasn't until their figures disappeared on the horizon that the music stopped. Everyone felt lost. Chang'an was busy. It was time to harvest the winter wheat that was planted last year. The people used tools to cut. Those who were strong used plunder, and those who were weak used sickles. A few years ago, some people even used stone knives. Otherwise, they would have to find others to rent. Now the sickle was flying fast, and the blade flashed with cold light. Many of the 16 guards left and were replaced by the 30,000 soldiers trained on Mount Taibai. They had an additional task, which was to help the people collect grain. Groups of soldiers brought their own black bread, pickles, and plunder and rushed to the common people's fields. They plucked the wheat and tried their best to stick it to the roots. When they came across wild rabbits, they immediately caught them. They were experienced in catching rabbits and had helped a lot last year. During the afternoon break, the commoners cooked soup and extra dishes, inviting the recruits to eat together. The recruits took out their own porcelain vats and filled them with soup. They didn't touch anything else. They just took a bite of the black bread and a bite of the pickled vegetables. Big brother, eat some food. It's not worth much. Someone urged the recruits to pick up some food. The person who was persuaded shook his head. We can't eat it. We are His Majesty's soldiers. His Majesty said that we are not allowed to take advantage of the people. It's already good enough to have some soup. What do you mean by cheap? Wouldn't they have to pay someone to work for them? His Majesty didn't see it. If worse comes to worst, His Majesty will blame us. We'll go and tell His Majesty. We're eating whole wheat bread. It's nutritious. We're not used to vegetables. Isn't it just black bread? What whole wheat bread? You guys caught a rabbit. Just treat it as rabbit meat. I'll give you the rabbit. You can finish it this afternoon. We'll have something good to eat when we go back tonight. Big brother, do you have a wife? No. My family told me one. Before I came out, my family couldn't take out a betrothal gift. The girl's family is afraid that her child will be wronged, so they said to wait. Big brother, what do you think of that little girl? She's my sister-in-law. She's like a sister. She's 16 years old, knows how to do any work, and can read. I gave the money I got to my family. I'm almost done eating. Let's get back to work. You've only eaten a few mouthfuls. How can you finish it? See if it's okay. Money is a small matter. My sister-in-law is good at planting greenhouses. If I didn't see you, I wouldn't bear to marry her off. She's better than most men at home. I eat first. There's no rush. Don't go back tonight. We still have to collect tomorrow. The land next to us is all mine. Your family has so much land. It doesn't matter how much land there is. People, it's fine as long as they have enough to eat. Your big brother secretly does some small business. He can get 2 or 3 carts a day. At least he can eat meat. 2 or 3,000 coins a day. Don't talk about money. Look at my sister-in-law. She's fertile and pretty. She doesn't like me either. You take off your clothes. Take them off. Don't. Why are you so shy? Look at this body. If she knew, she'd be so happy. Just because of my body. You're His Majesty's private army. Why do you have to make it clear? Eat quickly. Cover up. Don't let other people see. Eat. We're family. Why are you being so polite? Many people were asking about the marriage situation of the recruits. Those who said no were guaranteed to be watched. It didn't matter how much money the family had. His Majesty's private army. His Majesty chose people with strong physiques and good personalities. Would His Majesty value those with bad intentions and other problems? The 16 guards and the winged knights had already been snatched away by others. It wasn't easy to get a group of new recruits. The best ones actually belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't dare to touch them. Xiao Yi, you were right. Rabbits really like to eat hay. Look at the wheat field. Rabbits. I can take a bath at night, right? Yesterday's court meeting really tired me out. My whole body is sore. You're still the best at cupping. Bai Gu was working in Zhuangzi Hospital today. He didn't have much to do at around 10 o'clock. Li Yi performed an operation and cupped him. Now he came out to eat. Li Yi was outside eating zhajiang noodles. Yes, you don't have much moisture. Your pores will close quickly. But old Bai, you ate so much garlic. If your gastrointestinal tract has a reaction, you'll have to be hospitalized at night. Li Yi also ate zhajiang noodles. It was wide noodles soaked in cold water with egg sauce. There was less sauce and more eggs. Rather than calling it egg sauce, it was more appropriate to call it scrambled eggs with soy sauce. His northeastern cuisine had onions in it. There were too many eggs. He didn't want to make such a salty sauce. Don't be afraid. I'm in good health. Bai Gu put down the garlic and picked up some side dishes to eat. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Rabbits don't eat hay in the wheat field. They eat wheat ears, especially female rabbits with cubs. If we catch them now, we should raise them. When the time comes, we'll have a nest of little rabbits. When autumn comes, the little rabbits will grow up. Oh, Xiao Yi, last time you told me about the remaining resources. Does the harvested wheat straw count? Bai Gu changed the topic. When did I tell you? Li Yi tried to recall. He didn't have any impression. It's not important. Does it count as remaining resources? Bai Gu raised his hand and waved it. Old Bai, don't tell me you're thinking about collecting taxes on the harvested grain. It should have been burned. Now that there's a new way to use it, the value is different. Li Yi thought about it according to Bai Gu's nature. He had only heard of subsidies. He had never seen taxes. Chapter 1586. No, I don't care about money. Bai Gu refused to admit it and continued eating his noodles. This year's revenue is enough. Let's leave some money for the people. Li Yi reasoned. This could not be taxed. Xiao Yi, we're thinking of the same thing. Yes. Bai Gu gave up on the wrong idea. He picked up the pickled vegetables and started chewing. His teeth were good. That's right. Li Yi did not eat the pickled vegetables. He found them too hard. They were too different from noodles. He picked up the garlic eggplant. This was soft. I remember someone said this morning that a cow was dead. Where's the spiced beef? Bai Gu thought of something after eating the pickled vegetables. The paddy fields were tiring. In the end, they couldn't endure it. 3 cows for dinner. It's not tasty enough now. Li was not sad. Several cows plowed the fields together. The cows eventually became old and collapsed. The cows wanted to work on their own. They had been plowing for their whole lives and were used to it. One cow was enough to plow the fields. The old cows needed 3 and delayed the work. However, they were still put on a long rack. As they walked, one cow collapsed. The other 2 fell at the same time. The village lord knew that he could not eat anymore. He could not eat much even if he was given good food. It was enough to raise the cows to this level. Many people did not enjoy the same treatment when they were old. Good. Let's drink tonight. Xiao Yi, what do you think Su Lu will do? Baigu looked into the distance and was slightly worried. In the past, Yukishi was in a key position between the Abbasid Caliphate, Tubo, and the Tang dynasty. Su Lu accepted benefits from all 3 parties. He wanted anyone to give him an official position. Then he took the actual baggage. He had a lot of people, and he was in a key position when dealing with all 3 parties. In my eyes, he was just a fart. The Abbasid Caliphate targeted the Tang dynasty. Even if Yukishi was killed, the Silk Road could not be opened. I turned overseas. I did not want to destroy Su Lu. I wanted him to be a strategic buffer there. If the Turks were willing to contact him, he could go. The Tang dynasty had sufficient troops from the north to the northwest. In the northeast, the Khitans, the Shi tribe, and the Bohaisi, I will use trade to stabilize them. Tubo can't beat us at all. We've destroyed their morale. Li Yi knew that Baigu was not asking for him. The chancellors were usually very busy and did not have nothing to do all the time. Now that the problem of the later Turks was solved, Tokushi became the focus of the chancellors. Will he attack huge stone city? Now that the vegetation is flourishing, there is no need to worry about the horses along the way. The information is not symmetrical. You and I know the situation, but it's hard for Su Lu to understand. We know the troop strength of the commandos, but Su Lu knows nothing about the troop deployment of the Tang dynasty. Su Lu can't find an attack route. The key is that he was ambushed by Zhang Shaosong and suffered too many casualties. His morale is low. Let's not talk about these annoying things. Let's eat. Give me a plate of pickled vegetables with chili, the green kind. After Baigu finished asking, he put on an indifferent expression. Li Yi continued to eat his noodles, and someone went to get chili. When the chili was not ripe, it was picked in advance to make pickled vegetables. It was spicy and salty. Usually the pickled wild pepper was made with it. Li Yi ate a little at that time, and all these things were added with a lot of preservatives. When he opened the bag, it was as if he saw a corpse soaked in formalin. It was pungent. Eating a mouthful of pickled peppers was like drinking a mouthful of corpse-soaking water. When the chili was served, Baigu used his chopsticks to tap on the tree. 1, 2, why are there only 12? Baigu was unhappy when he picked up one. You eat 5, I'll eat 7. Li Yi scooped some egg sauce for himself. Because I can only eat 5? Crunch, crunch. Hiss. Ah, I'll eat 1, you can eat the rest. Baigu's tears were coming out. It was spicy. If you can't eat it, just spit it out. It's 10 renminbi each. Li Family Zhuangzi is selling it separately. Li Yi picked up one and chewed on it. He quickly ate the noodles. Right, eat noodles. It won't be spicy after eating noodles. Baigu couldn't help but pick up another one. Ha! Spicy. Refreshing. Too enthusiastic. Giving me chili the moment we meet. And it's green chili. Ruan Jin ate the chili with the flatbread. His legs were trembling. It had been 3 hours since they came ashore, but he still hadn't recovered. Have some jam. It's sweet. Eat it on the flatbread. Lu Tingguang passed him a bottle of jam. The fleet finally arrived at Mexico in Li Yi's time. The previous journey was easy, but the last part was drifting on the sea. If not for the flagpole that Li Yi had specially set up, they wouldn't even know where they were with measuring tools. The locals were happy. When they saw the ships, they immediately prepared food. The people who said they were from the Tang dynasty weren't lying. More people came over with good things. Flatbread was a flatbread made of corn flour. It was unrealistic to expect the natives to be able to grind corn flour into a fine powder. This was their first time eating flatbread made of corn flour. However, the Tang dynasty soldiers were conquered by the taste. It was delicious, but they swallowed too quickly. The people of the Tang dynasty shared the food they brought with the natives. There were canned hawthorn, canned bamboo shoots, chives, fermented bean curd. The natives spread the chives and fermented bean curd on the flatbread and ate them with blissful smiles. Wan Jin held the tablet and tried to communicate with the other party's leader using the Tang dynasty's local language that he learned along the way. A portion of the fleet stayed behind, while the rest went ashore. Many people staggered as they walked. They weren't used to it and kept swaying on the ship. "We can't take anything from here yet. Ask them to help us prepare it. We'll go to the bottom of the map. However, this corner called Horn has been marked with a number. We'll rename it when we get back." Wan Jin didn't eat the jam. If it was spicy, then so be it. He ate both salty and spicy food. It was amazing that corn flour flatbread could solve the problem. What will happen if we go there? Lu Tingguang had a trace of rebellious mentality. Nothing will happen. At most, we'll be beaten up when we get back. If something happens, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. We'll be beheaded when we get back to the Tang dynasty. Wan Jin didn't dare to disobey Li Yi's orders. He had read Dongzhu's Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In it, Ma Su and Zhuge Liang had emphasized the importance of setting up camp along the way. In the end, Ma Su insisted on running up the mountain. Then it was over. There was no water. If he insisted on going to that corner and caused the death of his brother, he would hang himself on a branch in the southeast. Let's leave the things behind and rest for a while before continuing south. I want to travel on land. Lu Tingguang extinguished the small flame that was slowly rising in his heart. The fleet had traveled far, and there were no casualties so far. Li Dongzhu had already drawn the route. Even if they encountered any special situation, there would still be emergency measures. In any case, we've already missed the time. There's no hurry. Let's help build a better camp here. We have more people. At this moment, Wan Jin dared to have his own thoughts. This place was really good. They had come from so far away, so they needed a better camp. He had gone out to sea before. He thought that he should be the leader of a team when he returned. Once he nurtured a new batch of experts, he would be able to stay in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1587. Piles of furnace ash were transported to the shore. It was a byproduct of the 3 steam engine ships' boilers. When they were at sea, they would throw it into the sea. When they encountered an island, they would take it out and throw it on the island. Wan Jin did not know what the furnace ash was used for. In any case, he would keep it if he could. From what he knew, the furnace ash was used to burn cement, pave roads, and feed the chickens in the yard. Oh, and it could also be used to suppress the fire in the winter. The residents of the island were sufficiently enthusiastic. Many people had come, and all of them looked like they could fight. There was also a beautiful cloth that was smooth and soft to the touch. The previous ship that came back was beautiful. Now, there was a large group of ships. Although they were not as beautiful as the previous one, they were loaded with more things. We rushed all the way here and did not even get close to many of the islands marked on the map. Would Li Dongzhu be shocked when we return and tell him about it? Lu Tingguang was proud. Look, Li Dongzhu did not understand the strength of their group. Wan Jin took another bite of the chili, causing his tongue to stick out. If not for the fact that Dongzhu was afraid that we would take the wrong path, he would not have stopped at any of the islands and come here directly. We have the sea map and equipment to choose which path to take. If we encounter bad weather without the map marking, would your men still have the morale in the vast sea? Wan Jin supported Li Yi and did not allow others to provoke him. My men don't have it, but do yours? Lu Tingguang was unconvinced. Yes, we are the Wing Knights, the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Dongzhu said that the moment we appear will be the moment things settle down. If we die at sea, our families will immediately receive a large sum of money. The other brothers will take good care of our families. Our wives will be our brothers' wives, and our brothers will be responsible for raising the children and the elderly. Wan Jin raised his chin and said, "The dead were dead, while the living had to carry hope forward. The brothers who had died in the past had done so according to this rule, while the living had taken over the responsibility of the entire family. Even if the wife was given to the brothers, it was still better than giving it to an outsider. Did he want his wife to be a widow for the rest of her life after he died? We can do it in the future as well. Isn't this our first time out?" Lu Tingguang expressed his admiration. Dong Zhu is indeed formidable. He knows that there are good things out there. This thing is so big. It's like planting eggplants. It's so heavy. There's several of them growing on one. Sorghum can't compare to it. It's still delicious. If it's ground into powder, it can be made into the biscuits we eat now. Their skills are too bad. They didn't grind it. Cook it. It will break if you cook it for a while. The winged knights and the others who got off the boat looked at the corn. Now the corn had grown. A single stalk had several fruits, and each of them was very big. Which of the crops of the Tang dynasty could compare to them? Eating corn pancakes cut your throat, just like eating anything else. Was steaming wheat rice like eating steamed buns? Without a good grinding tool, it would still be difficult to swallow wheat or barley powder. When one was hungry, the chaff should also be cooked together with some wild vegetables and salt. This is called eating chaff and swallowing vegetables. The cornmeal pancake was swallowed with a sip of water. The seedlings are tall and thick. They can be used as fodder, right? It looks better than sorghum. The stalk of sorghum can be used to make curtains, but this can't be used to make curtains. Cows should be able to eat it. Cows should chew it upside down. Eat it first. Let it ferment, then spit it out and eat it again. That's called regurgitation. I think it's not suitable to eat it when it's ripe. It's best to make it into silage when the leaves are big. People who could go out to sea were relatively more cultured. They were eating corn pancakes and looking at the growth of the corn. They noticed that any one stalk could produce a lot of corn. An ear of corn should be more than 250 kilograms. Look at the roots. They were very thick. This means that it's okay to use less water, unlike rice, which needs a lot of water to grow. The seedlings can also be used to feed livestock and make silage when they're green. As for the sugar content, protein, vitamins, and fiber, they don't know. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was also looking at the corn. He carefully raised the seedlings and transplanted them. Normally, corn was not planted this way. Some people planted the seeds with a film. Some dug holes after ridges, and some used a manual seeder. For the survival rate, Li Yi put in extra work. He will not do this in the future. The corn was growing well, and the seedlings were green. There was no shortage of fertilizer and water. Because of the way I raised the seedlings and the sufficient fertilizer, if there is no problem with the sunshine, I can still plant other vegetables after harvesting the corn seeds. The premise is to remove the stubble after harvesting the corn seeds. But I don't think we should do that this year. We should soak the corn seeds in water and fertilize the fields before returning the roots to the fields. The corn fields should not be operated this way. After harvesting the corn seeds, I will send them to the greenhouse to plant them again. As for this field, I will plant other crops next year. After the harvest, I will plant the second batch of corn seeds. Li Yi had calculated the growth cycle of the crops properly. As long as there was no extreme weather, there should be no problem with planting crops outside. Including fertilizing and top dressing, there should be no problem. In extreme weather, there was no need to worry about drought. There was water, but there was also the fear of continuous heavy rain and flooding. Li Yi had not made a cannon to shoot hailstones. If the technology could support the cannon to shoot hailstones, then it should not be used to shoot hailstones. Wasn't it good to shoot people? For example, the range of a rocket used for rain was not short. Once such an invention was developed, it must be used in the military first. Should we soak the roots every year? Li Longji squatted down and looked at it with a magnifying glass. It should be mainly used in dry fields. Turn the ground over and use a rake. It is good to burn, but not in paddy fields. Today is a special day. Otherwise, the dry fields would not be soaked. Li Yi looked at the magnifying glass and was a little lost in thought. If there is no cow or horse, will people turn over the roots? Yao Chong asked a professional question. He had suffered too much in the past, so he worked hard to learn. For example, threshing. He would not use his hands to pull again. People use hoes. They can be shaved, and they can also use the back of the hose to knock up the corn roots. Hoes are not good. Hoes are used for weeding. The pick is too heavy. It will tire you to death if you use it to pick up the corn roots. Shovels are not used for farming. The surface of the rake is too big. It can be used to rake, but it will consume more energy. If you insist on using a rake, a two-toothed rake is not a problem. It is quite useful, but the back of the two-toothed rake is heavier. Li Yi introduced the pros and cons of a bunch of tools, like a skilled farmer. Princess Yongmu listened happily at the side. From time to time, she would pick up a wet towel from the tray held by Xiaolon to wipe Li Yi's sweat. It is really hot. It is not easy for the common people to work. I am sweating profusely just by walking around and looking around. Li Longji sighed when he saw his daughter wipe Li Yi's sweat for the 4th time. Princess Yongmu heard the song and knew what it meant. She quickly picked up a wet towel and handed it to Li Longji. Take it and wipe yourself. Li Yi snatched it and wiped Li Longji's face. Third brother, look at you. You're really concerned about the people's livelihood. This sweat has wet the towel. As he spoke, he looked at Princess Yongmu and moved his mouth. Wipe yourself. Princess Yongmu pouted and also responded silently. No sweat. Look, Li Yi was still silent. Then he twisted the wet towel hard and the water dripped onto the soil. Princess Yongmu suddenly understood. She blinked and nodded. I understand. I will do this next time. Chapter 1588. Most of them had never planted corn before. Most of them only learned about other crops later because they were forced by Li Yi to do so. What should we plant when corn is harvested? Wei Jigu squatted down to look at the corn seedlings. Wheat. Li Yi stretched out 2 fingers. Is it during the normal corn planting season? Yao Chong asked. After the winter wheat is harvested, Li Yi replied. After the wheat is harvested, we plant corn. After the corn is harvested, we plant wheat? How do we deal with the wheat stubble? Bai Gu found that they belonged to the same circle. Don't care. Just plant corn. If we plant it lightly, the wheat stubble will naturally rot in the ground. After the corn is harvested, it's more troublesome. We have to plow before we can plant wheat. Li Yi considered the cost of labor. He didn't want the people to destroy the wheat stubble after harvesting. Without equipment, people or animals would have to plow and bury the wheat, and the time cost was too high. It wasn't worth it to harvest more. If they had the time to plow, it was better to rest and recuperate. They had just finished harvesting wheat, so they were already very tired. Lu Huaishan couldn't imagine how the seedlings in front of him would grow corn. He asked, Where does corn grow from? It's similar to sorghum. I'll show you a picture later. The corn now is cultivated by the indigenous people of other places. We have to cultivate it ourselves. Li Yi grabbed a handful of soil and checked the humidity. How much corn did you plant in 1 mu of land? Song Jing didn't want to count and asked directly. 3,500 stalks for seed. If you're harvesting silage and don't pursue the corn yield, you can plant 4,000 stalks per mu. If you want to eat boiled corn, you can plant 2,500 to 2,800 stalks per mu. The remaining corn can also be eaten in advance. It's not worth it to use it for silage. Li Yi calculated the ratio. In the Tang dynasty, 1 mu of land wasn't 666 square meters, but about 540 square meters. How much is the yield per mu? Li Longji was concerned about the yield. Li Yi shook his head slightly. I don't know. In any case, it's higher than any crop in the Tang dynasty. There are also potatoes and sweet potatoes. The yield per mu is pretty good. Li Yi really didn't know. He had just brought it back and weighed it after planting it. After all, it couldn't compare to the corn yield of his time. Without pesticides, pests and diseases would reduce the yield of corn. There were only mineral fertilizers for fertilizers. Fortunately, there was manure for farmers. When the river was cleaned, silt could be dug out. Everyone chose to believe Li Yi when he said that the yield was higher than other crops, and then turned to the potato field. Potatoes also sprouted seedlings, neatly arranged in the ground, with furrows for watering. Potatoes are a good staple food. Everyone has eaten potatoes before. Under normal circumstances, the yield is higher than that of corn, but the disadvantage is that it is not easy to preserve. If they didn't eat the harvest of the current season, they would all become seeds next year. At most, they could only be kept until the beginning of spring. Unless it's made into potato powder and can be stored for a long time, the production process will delay manpower. Li Yi pointed out the shortcomings of potatoes. Otherwise, how good would it be if everyone grew potatoes? Yao, Chong didn't care. After we harvest the potatoes, we'll eat them until spring to save on other staple foods. There's no need for that in the south. We can grow other crops in the south during the winter. The area around Dongting Lake, Guangzhou, Luzhou, and the other regions, as well as the eastern path of Jiangnan, could become the main food production areas of the Tang dynasty. The Guangzhou area is also quite important. The grasslands further north are suitable for growing potatoes. Li Yi knew how important potatoes would be in the future. In the cold places in the north, potatoes, cabbages, radishes, carrots, and onions were the main vegetables in winter. In fact, the areas north of the Yangtze River, such as Hunan province, were cold in winter. They passed through a large field of potato seedlings and came to the front of the sweet potato seedlings. The two large fields were separated in the middle. Li Riji didn't understand. They're both furrows and furrows. It's convenient for watering when they're connected. Sweet potatoes can't be watered when they're planted. After that, unless it's too dry, they can't be watered, especially the furrows. Li Yi explained patiently. The others really didn't understand. The land used for breeding was fertile enough. After looking at the sweet potatoes, they came to the tomato field. Everyone looked and found that it was different. The leaves of the plants were the same. Some of them had a shelf and a small green ball on it. In addition, there were more that didn't have a shelf. The seedlings were short. Li Yi didn't need anyone to ask. He said himself, "On the way back we were in a hurry to eat, so a small number of seedlings were planted in advance. The rest were planted when the weather was warm. The seedlings grew quickly, and they could be eaten in another 20 days. The selected seedlings were kept. Like cucumbers, not all cucumbers could be turned into seeds. In winter, the seedlings in the greenhouse were changed to hanging vines. Fertilizer was added. It was a type of intensive planting and saved space. I know. Last year, all the vegetables in the Li family zhuangzi that should have a shelf were hung on ropes with clamps. The yield was high. Bai Gu knew that not only the Li family zhuangzi, but also the Liuli village, Xiaolan village, Imperial village, and the greenhouse field behind the Imperial city all used the same technology. The more fruits they produced, the easier it was to manage, and it was convenient to pick them. The difficulty was that the shelf of the greenhouse had to be strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold. In addition, the silk greenhouse had poor light transmission and was too dense. Unless there was an additional light source, it wouldn't grow big. The people couldn't learn it, so it was useless to tell them. It was already good enough that they grew their own greenhouses and increased their income. In the past winter, they couldn't find a way to make more money. The people of Chang and couldn't eat cucumbers. Only the royal family could eat some vegetables that were out of season. Next to the hot springs or building a heating system, they never thought that there would be greenhouses. There's no rush to promote this non-staple food, right? Su Yi said, confidently, but he suddenly hesitated. Let's add one. The people can eat fruits, so naturally they don't lack tomatoes. The yield of tomatoes is higher than fruits. They can be eaten as both fruits and vegetables. The harvest period is long, and they grow as they are picked. Those who have a yard can plant tomatoes like cucumbers. When the children can't eat fruits, they can eat tomatoes to replenish some nutrients. Make soup with tomatoes. It's sweet and sour. In summer, put it in the well water. The taste is no worse than eating watermelon. Li Yi swallowed his saliva as he spoke. He was hungry. He didn't like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but he liked tomato and egg soup. Stewed beef brisket with tomatoes was also good. However, he knew that many people liked scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This dish was indeed good. They walked past the tomato planting area and turned to the various chili plants. We have to enrich the people's food basket. In winter, there's less to eat because of the weather. When the weather is warm, try to let the people eat more. Especially when the children are growing and have a yard, they can plant strawberries. There are many varieties of strawberries. The ones I brought back are bigger and better than the ones we have in the forest. They can be crossbred. In addition, there are cherries, grapes, peaches, plums, and apricots. The children can eat more nutrients, and it's good for their growth. Li Yi didn't focus on the staple food. Vegetables and fruits were equally important. Speaking of this, Lu Huaishan said, "Let's not talk about the distant things. Children are used to eating eggs. They remember things quickly. My people have children at home. I don't give them much money now. They earn it themselves. The children eat 2 boiled eggs in the morning. In winter, they cook them and cover them with blankets. Their health is good." Chapter 1589. After looking around, the sky gradually darkened. Everyone felt that they had not walked much, but time passed quickly. Everyone prepared for dinner, and the people at the docks were busy. To build a new bridge, they would first build a cable bridge in the south, and then remove the cable bridge after the original multi-hole arch bridge was rebuilt. To the west was the bridge to Chang'an. Because there were not many people, they planned to build 3 cable bridges, corresponding to Yanqing Gate, Chunming Gate, and Tunghua Gate. In order not to hinder the passage of ships, the 2 sides of the cable bridge were raised high. After Huang Li and the others learned a lot, they were busy directing the loading of goods. The 60 ships that came here were now returning with goods. If the ship owner was happy, Huang Li and the others could also make a profit. In the current season, there was nothing in the Guangzhou area that could be sold to Guangzhou. There were too few fruits, and Guangzhou did not lack fruits. The ships were mainly loaded with goods sent to the capital from the northwest and west. Huang Li and the others bought them and brought them back to Guangzhou. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi sold soap, scented soap, and toilet water. Huang Li and the others liked toilet water because there were many mosquitoes in the summer. Huang Li called for people to direct the loading. Although the quantity was not enough, they had the money. Li Yi did not collect taxes, so they paid the taxes first and went back to make up for it. Strictly speaking, their actions were considered misappropriation of public funds. Li Yi was not worried that they would not make up for it. The entire Guangzhou government was managed by the Li family Zhuangzi. Would the locals dare to silence them? Thinking about Gao Lishir and Yang Xisen, their families were exterminated. Because they were young, they lost their power and became eunuchs in the palace. Before the Tang dynasty, the imperial court could exterminate the human race. Li Yi could do it even more easily. Killing the people of the Li family Zhuangzi was no different from rebelling. There were no winged knights. I'm going to find Li Dongzhu. I don't know what to buy. Huang Li was worried. The 60 ships were not enough. They came with food, but did they have to return with food? He said this and applied to enter Zhuangzi for a body search. Li Yi and the others had not eaten yet. It was still early and they were waiting for food. He would not eat beef today. The beef would be given to the farmers, palace maids, and eunuchs. Everyone could have a taste of the soup, but there were too many people. In the evening, He prepared an iron pot of stewed goose in advance. There were no potatoes, only mushrooms. Actually, there was no need to add anything. Just stewing the goose would suffice. Li Yi asked someone to make cornmeal pancakes. Some of the corn he brought back were already spoiled at the front when they were manually screened for seedlings. Since the sprout had fallen off, it was obvious that it could not sprout. It was just right to grind it into flour and add a little white flour to make a large flatbread. Goose meat was simmering in a large iron pot, and raw cornmeal pancakes were stuck to the inside of the pot. When the goose was stewed, the pancakes were already cooked. He stewed a lot of them in one go. The people in Zhuangzi could eat them, but the supply of cornmeal pancakes was insufficient. Li Yi didn't know how this dish had become a dish in the Northeast. It was as if no other place ate goose. It probably had something to do with the stew. Northeasterners loved to eat stew. It was hot. Huang Li came over. Li Dongzhu, we were planning to go back and bought a lot of things, but it's still not enough, right? Li Yi continued. Huang Li was touched. It was easier to talk to Li Dongzhu. He nodded. What did you buy? You should have bought things from the northwest and west, like preserved vegetables, tea leaves, herbs, and also things sold in Li family Zhuangzi, including hazelnuts, mushrooms from chitin, and pine nuts. You didn't buy Sichuan brocade, but there is embroidery there. As for gemstones, because there is a sea trade, you can import them. You don't need them. Li Yi said as he thought. If he was in Huang Li's position, what would he buy? Huang Li continued to nod. That was right. He opened his mouth. We also bought flour. You found that the wheat flour in Guangzhou is better. It's good to steam buns and toast bread. Li Yi added. We didn't buy too much. We just wanted to taste it. The main thing is to go back. There are other places where you can buy flour on the way back. The Grand Canal is a route. You can also buy flour from other places. For example, the flour in Ludi is also good. Yes, what else do we need to buy? Huang Li was a little scared. It was too scary. Silk. Large amounts of silk are sent from other places. Currently, the capital government does not use it as currency. You can buy it back and sell it to the merchants. It's a waste to sell it to them. The merchants are in a more backward place. You can buy conjured eggs from the capital or on the way back. There are more conjured eggs in the capital, and there is a water network. Li Yi recommended conjured eggs. Everyone had a lot of ducks, and the duck eggs had a fishy smell. If they were made into conjured eggs, they would not be able to finish them. Huang Li showed a troubled expression. Li Dongzhu, we don't like to eat conjured eggs. I've tried it, and it's not bad. You can eat it with tofu. Sell it to the merchants, and sell it with vinegar. Conjured eggs are good for people living and working at sea. If you can eat 2 a day, you won't fall sick easily. Li Yi did not expect the Guangzhou locals to eat conjured eggs. There were other people. Really? This was the first time Huang Li heard of this. To a certain extent, you can get some ginger and mix it with the conjured eggs, especially the tofu. Teach the merchants how to make tofu and bring soybeans out to sea. They will not fall sick after eating it. Li Yi was not too sure and mentioned something new. When the Tang dynasty ships go out to sea, they will bring beans, green beans, and soybeans to make tofu or bean sprouts. With the addition of vinegar and ginger, this will solve a large part of the problem of malnutrition and vitamin deficiency. What's the use of conjured eggs in this? Once you eat too much, you will get used to it, especially when you eat too much vinegar. If that's the case, should I bring a lot of vinegar back? We have a lot of vinegar in Guangzhou. Huang Li understood. At least 20 times the price. Who knows how precious it would be if we let them off so easily. This is the secret of our great Tang. Li Yi had a compassionate look on his face. For the health of the merchants, he went against the orders of his ancestors and gave this secret to others. Okay, I will arrange it now. Huang Li was anxious and quickly found someone to buy it. Anyway, the city gates were not closed at night, and many places were still open. He was buying in bulk and selling at 20 times the market price to the merchants. He was charging 10% tax, and the merchants had to pay an additional 20% tax. I will not see you out. Li Yi clasped his fist and did not ask the other party to eat stewed goose. The other party was too anxious. During dinner, Li Longji and the rest received the news. You sold so many conjured eggs. Bai Gu was concerned about the tax on sea trade. Actually, it's not a lot. The people are just reluctant to eat it. There are also goose eggs, but they don't eat them. They are all conjured eggs and salted eggs. Li Yi shook his head. The people raised ducks and geese at home, but they did not eat them. They always wanted to sell them for money. The people who raised chickens ate eggs. It was written in the newspaper that they should eat 1 egg a day. I will think of a way to ask the people to eat duck and goose eggs. They need to eat more protein and less staple food. Don't conjure conjured eggs and salted eggs. Stir-fry them with green onions to reduce the fishy smell. Li Yi started to think about how to persuade the people. Chapter 1590. Xiao Yi. We can think about other things later. Bai Gu picked up a piece of goose wing and prepared to eat. Okay, when there are more potatoes, let's stew them. They're better than yams. Yams are more resistant to stew, and the potatoes will be gone soon. There were only geese and mushrooms in the iron pot, but there were stir-fried vegetables beside the yams. They were stir-fried with ears and carrots. Li Yi picked up the goose head. It was a 2-year-old goose, raised by Zhuangzi. He skillfully dissected it and placed it in front of Princess Yongmu on a big plate. Only then did he pick up the leg of the goose. Everyone was used to it and didn't feel anything wrong. I still can't forget the potatoes I ate last time. Li Longji remembered that Li Yi had exchanged his life for potatoes and tasted them before. This time, they were all sprouted and couldn't be eaten. They were all planted in the ground. I'll organize the planting time and harvest time of the new crops in different regions, as well as the different planting methods, including the rules of interplanting and continuous planting with other crops. Chang, and is different from Hunan, and it will be different in Suzhou. Shu and Dongting Lake are near each other, so we need to distinguish them. Guangzhou has a short growing period, so potatoes are usually not tasty. It's better to plant indica rice. In addition, the Henji Army and the Celestial Army don't have the support of the Tiela tribe. We can transfer the troops of the Hedong Jidushi to replace them. The Chanyu Protectorate should have enough logistical support. As Li Yi spoke of the matter of planting, he thought of the troops deployed to deal with the later Turks. The later Turks were too troublesome. They could attack from anywhere. I've already given them canned food, tea leaves, military coats, medicinal herbs, including thermos bottles and kerosene lamps. I'm just afraid that they'll sell them privately. Su Yi was in charge of this. The imperial court had a lot of money, so he tried to provide baggage to the border. Song Jing continued, the 9 families of Tiela add up to more than 300,000 people. It's a pity that we only raise them in the Tang dynasty. Raise them first. We're not eating for free. They work and contribute more resources to the Tang dynasty. We'll raise them for a while and send them out when needed. Our families are in the Tang dynasty, so we're not afraid of them rebelling. There are more outside, and they could send people to persuade them to surrender. There was a place in the west of Tang Prefecture, so they could move there. When fighting on the grasslands, we still have to rely on them to determine the outcome. When the weather is bad, the other soldiers won't be able to withstand it. Li Yi understood the situation. Tiela was a general term, and there were surnames in it. Now they were targeting the 9 families, and there were more. If he let them out, he would have to worry about them betraying him at any time. When his family members got used to living in the Tang dynasty and felt that life was better, he would transfer those who could fight to other places. Let's eat. Let's not talk about politics. Li Longji looked at them. How did they get back to the topic of eating? Hurry up and call him back. Otherwise, if she had to worry about eating, she wouldn't be able to eat well. Mother **her, I've never eaten such a fragrant chicken in my life. It's a pity that I can't kill anyone. Eating good food makes me feel guilty. On Hudong Road, in the Heavenly Soldier Army's Camp 50 Li North, EZ was eating dinner with his brothers. They took the initiative to come out and patrol, ready to engage in battle at any time. The Shi tribe and Kaitins in the east should have been on guard, but because of Li Yi's series of actions, that side was stable. Since they were not afraid of the flanks, they were free to enter the grassland. At night, they used a large enamel jar to heat up the can of braised chicken to eat. There were no bones in the can, it was all chicken thigh meat. This was a temporary camp that had been discussed in advance. The canned food had just been delivered from the Heavenly Soldier Army, and there was also steamed and dried rice. After soaking in water and heating it up, it became fragrant rice again. The camp was filled with the smell of blood. Pheasants, roe deer, wolves, rabbits, deer, and chamois were simply processed and hung up. When the blood was about to flow, they asked the people who delivered the food to bring it back. These things all had meat, but the soldiers didn't eat them. After sending them back, they skinned and dried them. A portion of the meat was stored, and the rest was sent to Tang, and sent them baggage, and they paid tribute. Baggage had the most canned food. The cooked food was better than the meat they processed themselves. Who still wanted to eat wild game? Li Dongzhu now has money to buy things for us. Li Dongzhu can always sell the wild game we send back at a very high price. A sergeant next to him chewed on a can of bamboo shoots, soaked in salt, and said in an unclear voice, "Your Majesty, don't talk too much about Li Dongzhu. When the time comes, the border will only know Li Dongzhu, but not your Majesty. Where do you want to trap Li Dongzhu?" Jiang corrected. His Majesty and Li Dongzhu had a good relationship. They couldn't sow discord. "Yes, your Majesty." Your Majesty asked Li Dongzhu to think of a way. Your Majesty really knows how to use people. Do you still have oily duck eggs? Give me one. We can eat it together. The sergeant quickly changed his words and looked around for the salted duck eggs. If you eat too salty, you'll have to get up at night to drink water. If there are many people, everyone will eat one chopstick. Are we still going to sell tea tomorrow? We can hear some useful news. Tea leaves are water. Tea leaves can't be sold. Selling military supplies is a big crime. Let's take the enamel jar there and boil some tea leaves for them to drink. Yes, water. The Turks can't be controlled anymore. Many tribes are hurting here. If we report the situation, will they send a message to Li Dongzhu? This is a profitable business that can be exchanged for sheep. At most half a month. If they don't give me a reply, I'll go to Tang and then find Li Dongzhu. Everyone ate and chatted. They were very satisfied with their current life. The logistics were good. As long as they could think of something, Tang, and would send it over. If they couldn't think of something, they would still send it over. At the location of the Celestial Soldier Army, Ambassador Zhang Jizhen met with the commander of the Henji Army, Zhang Jian. The Celestial Soldier Army and the Henji Army were hundreds of miles apart. Usually, the two of them wouldn't meet as they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to deal with an emergency. Today, Zhang Jian came over, and Zhang Jiazhen asked him for a lot of things. It would be best if he could send over all the fermented bean curd from the Henji army. Zhang Jian was curious and brought all the fermented bean curd jars to the Celestial Soldier Army. "Ambassador Zhang, why do you need so much fermented bean curd? We still want to eat it." Zhang Jian was more direct. He didn't exchange greetings and asked about the doubts in his heart. "Jian, have a seat. Drink some tea." Zhang Jiazhen greeted. "I haven't eaten. Drinking tea makes me hungrier. What good food do you have here?" Zhang Jian refused to drink tea. "If you don't drink tea, let's eat fermented bean curd now. Are you hungry?" Zhang Jiazhen asked someone to prepare 2 bowls of green tea. "Let's drink tea. At least I'll be full temporarily. Fermented bean curd is not only salty, but it also makes me hungrier." Zhang Jian chose tea. When the soldiers at the front brought fermented bean curd out, they found that the Turks liked to eat fermented bean curd. In the past, they ate too much meat and needed to drink tea to relieve their indigestion. Tea cakes and tea bricks are the best. Since the soldiers came into contact with them and gave them fermented bean curd, they found that fermented bean curd can also relieve the discomfort caused by eating too much meat. Zhang Jiajin explained the reason why she wanted fermented bean curd from Zhang Jiyun. It was good to exchange for something or give it to him for information. In any case, it was useful. Is that so? I know that fermented bean curd has to be eaten with rice. A mouthful of fermented bean curd or a large mouthful of biscuits and rice will do. Why don't you ask for it from Chang, and I'll bring it here for you. It won't be long before we run out of food. Zhang Jiyun also liked to eat fermented bean curd. Having a piece of fermented bean curd for a meal was a form of enjoyment. Many soldiers ate a piece of fermented bean curd in pairs. It takes time to send someone to deliver a letter. You're nearby. Zhang Jiajin gave a reason. Let's eat first. I'll eat 2 pieces to satisfy my craving. Zhang Jiyun thought about how he wouldn't be able to eat fermented bean curd for many days and decided to eat more. Chapter 1591. Zhang Jiyun shouted that he wanted to eat 2 pieces of fermented bean curd, but he did not take any out when he was eating the hot pot. He poured some fermented bean curd soup and mixed it with chives, garlic paste, sesame paste, and vinegar as a dipping sauce. The hot pot was a copper hot pot with a vertical chimney in the middle. A large pile of dried shrimps, small crabs, oysters, large pieces of ginger, chopped green onions, and seaweed were put in the chicken soup to cook. White meat and pickled vegetables were added, and then the mutton was boiled. It's not easy to send pickled vegetables over at this time of the year. I also sent 500 bags. Li Yi is really capable. Zhang Jiyun was not in a hurry to eat the meat. He wanted to wait for the food in the sea to taste better. The pickled vegetables that Li Yi sent to the soldiers were packed in bags. He could not send them in a big vat. The canvas bags were brushed with gum and filled with oil paper in the middle. The pickled vegetables were placed inside, sealed with water, and shipped over. He put some pickled vegetables in the enamel vat and stewed them with the meat. It was not greasy, and he felt comfortable after drinking the soup. If there were conditions, it would be even better if he added a few pieces of ginger. If not, how can he command the officials? Zhang Jiajin explained from another angle. In the past, Yao Chong also commanded the officials. Zhang Jiyun was not convinced. Which chancellor's words were not effective? Yao Chong entered the regiment. Song Jing, Su Yi, Zhang Jiuling, and Baigu. If Li Yi wants them to enter the regiment, they have to enter. Zhang Jiajin explained from another angle. Was the chancellor's power greater than the Yi's? Zhang Jun. He picked up a piece of mutton and boiled it in the pot. He quickly changed the position of his chopsticks, otherwise he would not be able to boil the meat. He ate it directly without any seasoning. There was salt, star anise, and pepper in the pot. Pickled vegetables are really good. It's not easy to preserve pickled vegetables until now. Zhang Jiyun drank the chicken soup in the pot. Because of the pickled vegetables, the chicken soup was not greasy, but refreshing. Zhang Jiajin quickly ate. He was also hungry. He drank tea just now. He added a few more strips of sliced tofu and rinsed them while saying, "To Li Yi, preserving pickled vegetables for as long as he can is a small matter." Tai Lu surrendered and moved to the inner city to raise his family. His scheme was very big. The Khitan king Li Shihua was left behind in Chang, and by him. The king of the Shi tribe was also there. Through trade, the 2 kings have been in constant contact with our own tribes, so that our 2 armies have no worries about the East. What did he say back then? He captured the Khitans and taught them knowledge. Speaking of trading, isn't trading just trading? What was originally an item has become a means to suppress the 2 races. Zhang Jiyun understood the situation. In the beginning, he had reservations, although no one asked for his opinion. He felt that giving the Khitan and Shi tribes' benefits would strengthen the two tribes, and they would no longer fear the Tang dynasty because of the death of the Tujuamosu. The actual situation was different from what he had imagined. The Kaitins and the Shi people were happily cooperating with the Tang dynasty. It was as if they would have an irreconcilable feud with anyone who tried to stop them from trading with the Li family Zhuangzi. What was going on? He could not understand. His Henji army was close to the Kaitins, and they had contact with each other. Occasionally, the Kaitins would send things to his Henji army. For example, hazelnuts and pine mushrooms. He would also send some things back, mainly canned food. Next were salted duck eggs and salted goose eggs. They had to be salty. A big goose egg could be eaten for a few days. If not, how would he dare to leave the Henji army and come to the Celestial army? As he spoke, he got up and went to the cupboard at the side to search for something and took out a jar of chili sauce. I only have that one jar. I forgot to eat it. No, I can't bear to eat it. Zhang Jiajin was not angry, only regretful. Why did she leave it there? Li Yi sends one box at a time, so how can there only be one jar? You have half a jar, so you can eat it any time. Zhang Jiyun did not believe it. When he ate it just now, he felt that something was missing. He recalled that he was missing chili sauce. Even if the price of chili sauce was high, it would still be sent over. Zhejiang would receive 2 jars every month. If he only ate it himself, he would not be able to finish it. The jars would be given to his subordinates who performed well, or to soldiers who were sick or injured. He did not sell any, as he was afraid that Li Yi would be unhappy if he knew. To be more precise, if the seller was found out and Li Yi stopped sending them, the others would cut them into pieces and cook them. Oh, right. I'm too busy with the war at the front line, so I can't remember. Zhang Jiajin said shamelessly, "This thing is precious. It's just that Li Yi does not send out seeds. Don't be reluctant. Write to him and ask for it. He will definitely give it to you." Zhang Jiyun did not think that chili sauce was difficult to obtain. Things that were planted with seeds were not valuable when they were released and planted together. If it were you, would you send out seeds? Li Yi hoped to earn money to support the military forces of the Tang dynasty. He released carrots, which were beneficial to the people. Would it kill him not to eat chili? It was said that he found someone to plant the indica rice from elsewhere. Why didn't he plant it himself? A few years ago, the Northern Territory's cucumbers were produced by the royal family. It was not easy to give a few to the officials. Li Yi took out the greenhouse method for the benefit of the people. When you go back, remember to strengthen the security and training. If the Turks take the risk to attack and lose the place, we can't bear the responsibility. Zhang Jiajin knew more than Zhang Jiyun. He was a person who took the imperial examination, not the Jinshi or Mingjing. Zhang Jiyun's expression was solemn. Of course, I will be careful. I have discussed it with the Kaitins. If the Turks send out troops, the other side will help no matter who they attack. We can either send out reinforcements or besiege Wei to save Zhao. We can't just watch them die. Otherwise, if the lips die, the teeth will feel cold. As he spoke, he used his chopsticks to scoop some chili sauce into his bowl. If you eat too much, your stomach will be uncomfortable. Zhang Jiajin frowned. 1/3 of the sauce was gone. It's okay. I will drink more soup and eat more meat. Zhang Jiyun pushed the small jar to Zhang Jiajin. Why don't you and I write a letter together? The wind in the Northern Territory is strong, and it is still cold in summer. We need chili sauce urgently. Zhang Jiajin looked at the missing chili sauce and thought of an idea. Sure. Zhang Jiyun nodded without hesitation. Yes, the two of us are conflicted over a little chili sauce. Ask Li Yi for it. Come, try the meat here. It is the most tender. After reaching an agreement, Zhang Jiajin became enthusiastic. The soldiers outside who came with Zhang Jiyun were also eating hot pot. However, it was not a copper hot pot with a chimney. It was just a pot with a fire underneath. They took out things from their pockets, mainly mushrooms. There were hazelnut mushrooms, pine mushrooms, and sticky mushrooms. Sticky mushrooms were not pine mushrooms. However, when Li was in the northeast, people who knew how to eat would eat yellow mud mushrooms. They were fresher than pine mushrooms, which were red pine mushrooms. The Khitans gave it to them, while the Henji army gave it to the Celestial army. When they hunted wild animals, they would use mushrooms from the grasslands to stew them or these mushrooms. There were also pine nuts and hazelnuts from last year. This year's crop had not been harvested. Everyone looked out for each other and would naturally share good things. Chapter 1592. The sun rose regardless of what the human world thought. The morning glow filled the sky, looking beautiful and charming. There were a lot of clouds, large patches of bright red. There was no court meeting today, so the chancellors stayed in Zhuangzi to work. They didn't want to go out. It was raining heavily and the air pressure was low. If they needed to breathe in oxygen, it was better to breathe in Zhuangzi. Besides, Li was here. If they couldn't breathe in oxygen and suddenly collapsed, the closer they were to Li, the better, right? Li also considered this factor. He looked at the barometer. It was 970 degrees, an absolute low air pressure. If the humidity increased, the temperature would be above 25 degrees Celsius. Normal people would feel very comfortable, provided that there was a breeze or no wind. Many people felt good because the humidity was high. It was fine if the air pressure was low. For people with cardiovascular diseases, this air pressure was uncomfortable. Li found his eldest disciple and brought her to his side. Qing Dai, eat this. Li gave his eldest disciple a lunchbox during breakfast. It was an aluminum lunchbox that he exchanged for. The aluminum of the lunchbox had an oxide layer. There was white meat, blood sausage, pickled cabbage, ginger slices, big fish, and green onions inside. It was a copper lunchbox. The pickled cabbage was green, and the aluminum one was white. Moreover, there was a clear soup. Looking at it made people feel less depressed. When they smelled it, they felt even more comfortable. The main dish was an egg pancake. It was cut into small pieces and could be eaten in one bite. The side dishes were dried, shredded tofu with scallion oil, radish skins soaked in vinegar, garlic eggplant, and dehydrated cucumber strips mixed with sesame oil. The little girl already felt that it was difficult to breathe and her chest was stuffy. When she saw the food that her master prepared, she felt much better. She first drank a mouthful of soup and smiled. "Master, why is there still pickled cabbage?" How long pickled cabbage can be stored depends on the degree of oxidation and temperature. If it is sealed well, it can be stored for a long time. If it is placed in the cellar, the temperature outside will not affect the bottom, and it can still be stored for a long time. However, the cabbage that we eat is preserved in the cellar. From time to time, we will break off the outer stem and feed it to the poultry. After that, we will put it in the jar to marinate. When it is marinated, it will be eaten when the pickled cabbage is fermented. It's the same for the soldiers at the border. People who eat it will find that the pickled cabbage has become cabbage core. What Li said next was knowledge to others. Li Longji and the others listened at the side. They were eating the same thing, but there was no aluminum lunchbox. The pickled vegetables in the big iron pot seemed a little dull. "Master, I feel that my stomach is sour. Is it okay to eat these?" The little girl knew her own body's condition. Your gastric acid belongs to the category of hypoxic gastric acid. The concentration of oxygen is not high enough. The acid of sauerkraut and gastric acid are two different things. The pickled cabbage we eat is pickled with salt, which can neutralize part of the stomach acid. When it rains heavily, the air pressure will increase, and the humidity will also increase. You will feel better, but you have to wear cotton clothes that are slightly thicker. Remember to keep yourself warm. You're not allowed to wear short-sleeved clothes or skirts. Tie up your hair, and don't let your neck be covered by your long hair. Li was not in a hurry. How could he let anything happen to his eldest disciple? "Xiao Yi, do you need oxygen?" Bai Gu looked at the little girl with concern. The others also felt the same. The little girl was too outstanding and kind-hearted. "Thank you, grandpas." The little girl thanked them. She knew that everyone cared about her. "I have prepared carbonated drinks." The child's metabolism speed is fast. Drink carbonated drinks later to increase carbon dioxide and promote breathing. Don't use oxygen first. The main thing is that there is no problem with Qing Dai's gastrointestinal tract function. When it rains heavily outside, she can watch for a while and then sleep. Li Yi arranged the process and let the eldest disciple sleep. It was best to sleep when it was raining heavily. Children were growing and slept more. Not only the eldest disciple, but the children who were in class also went back to sleep. Otherwise, the children would not have the energy to listen to the lesson. They looked like they were listening, but in fact, they could not remember much of the content. Instead of letting the children sit in class and waste time, it was better to let the children sleep well. Not to mention the children. The entire Zhuangzi operation slowed down today. This was to prevent dangerous workers from being distracted. Unless there was a special situation, such as an emergency situation that required Zhuangzi to mobilize. In that case, the villagers' adrenaline would be secreted faster, and they would be in an excited state. It was good to be in an excited state during normal times, but there would be a fatigue period later. The higher the level of excitement, the worse the state of fatigue. The main signs were trembling and weakness. There was a big data of factory accidents. The probability of accidents happening was higher when the workers had just taken over the shift, when they were about to leave work, when they had finished their meal, and when the weather was not good. Li Yi had never operated a factory before. He would not take the risk of paying a higher price when he was pursuing profits. For example, private mines. If there were no accidents, they would pursue profits. If there was an accident, they would be sent to prison. Paying compensation was no longer a problem. The Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were not employees. They were their own people. The employees could resign and change jobs. Can the villagers change jobs? Or jump to hell? The little girl ate her meal peacefully. She ate as much as her master prepared for her. If she felt that it was not enough, she would eat less. Everyone was more at ease. They quickly ate and went to work after eating. Report. Zhang Jiajin from the Heavenly Soldiers is here to report. The winged knights ran in. Everyone was instantly energized. The Turks had declared war. Li Longji stopped acting and took a look at the report. After reading it, his face turned gloomy. Take a look. Zhang Jiajin said that she is short of fermented bean curd and wants to exchange items and information with the Turks. Let me take a look. Song Jing read the report first and passed it to the next person. When everyone was reading the report, Li Yi was deep in thought. He then said, "Yes, fermented bean curd is also fine. Actually, using Gongji salt to marinate pickled cabbage has the same effect. Based on this, the Northeast's pickled cabbage." Li Yi's thoughts wandered. He thought of the Northeast's pickled cabbage. The Northeast's pickled cabbage was made from Chinese cabbage. In the process of making pickled cabbage, the loss of the pickled cabbage was no less than when it was stored in the cellar. Why must it be made into pickled cabbage? Delicious? If it was preserved, wouldn't it be better to make it into pickled cabbage? Or dried Chinese cabbage? The reason might be to aid digestion. This included yogurt, sour soup made from corn, and soy milk made from mung beans. Soy milk was not soy milk. Soy milk was fermented and soy milk was not fermented. How did it become popular? Of course, it started after the Manchus occupied the Northeast. The Manchus used to be a nomadic people. They ate a lot of meat. In order to keep their gastrointestinal tract comfortable, they drank tea, drank soy milk, ate pickled radish strips, and stored pickled cabbage. There were also the Northeast's fermented soy sauce and fermented milk, stinky tofu. Li Yi felt that he had discovered history. The Northeast's pickled cabbage was actually not used to preserve vegetables for a longer period of time, but to adjust the gastrointestinal tract bacteria. It was the same principle as the Northeast smelly chianjiang and braised prawn sauce. The authentic Northeast soy sauce was actually stinky sauce, not sour sauce. The so-called Northeast soy sauce that was produced later was no longer stinky. It was wrong to say that it was not stinky because the process was adjusted. In that case, why didn't the Japanese Empire's natto be adjusted? The Scandinavian canned herring was even more smelly. Why didn't they correct it? Fermented bean curd actually has this kind of value? Export. Don't say anything else. Export. Li Yi, who felt that he had understood the truth of history, turned his thoughts back. If he exported fermented bean curd to those people who always ate meat, if they were willing to eat stinky tofu, it would not be so salty. Chapter 1593. Hurry up and harvest. Why aren't they here yet? A battalion commander shouted anxiously when he saw the rosy clouds in the morning turn into dark clouds. There were too few people in their battalion who knew how to harvest wheat. They used to be herdsmen in the east of Hushi-Jidushi. They used to be Zhichang's residents. Later, they were disbanded and had just regained their freedom. They wanted to do other jobs. When the imperial court said that they wanted to recruit soldiers, they ran over to get a job that they thought was easy and profitable. They were guarding Chang and basically didn't fight. When they arrived, they found that they were given a lot of money. Her Majesty personally gave it to them. They also found that the training was different from before. If they didn't eat as much meat as they wanted, their bodies wouldn't be able to bear it. They climbed mountains and trained in the mountains. In the summer, there was snow on the mountains. It was hard to breathe and cold. It wasn't easy to survive, but they still had to catch rabbits and help the people. Was harvesting wheat a job for humans? They might as well climb Mount Taibai. A battalion was responsible for a large area. It was slow. The people were anxious, but they couldn't rush them. Her Majesty's army worked very hard, but their skills were poor. The battalion commander didn't force himself. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately sent someone to ask for help. Asking for help was just a loss of face. It would prove that his team was worse than others in this aspect. If he didn't ask for help and delayed the people from harvesting wheat, it might not be a matter of face. As he shouted, he continued to work. Why couldn't he understand the tools? Don't be afraid of getting caught in the rain. Don't hurt your back. The farmer was distressed. What a good soldier, although harvesting wheat was slow. Non-commissioned officer was anxious. Rumble, 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 rumble. A team of 100 people. They ran to the end of the field, jumped off their horses, and rushed into the field. They stood in a row and began to harvest wheat. They watched as a row of wheat was pushed forward and pieces of wheat fell. This specially trained. The battalion commander was dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Come over and tie them up. You know how to tie them up, right? The winged knights people saw the recruits watching and shouted. Yes, I know. Quick, go and help. The battalion commander reacted and called his brothers. The people of the 20 families in this large area were relieved. They worked hard to harvest wheat and whispered to the people next to them. See, they are Her Majesty's private army, divided into different ranks. How did you raise the winged knights, Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu didn't personally manage the recruitment. Hey, that's right. Whether a soldier is good or not depends on the general. If a soldier makes a ruckus, a general makes a ruckus. The recruits aren't bad either. Their physiques are good. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being busy with other things. Many women have work to do, and the children have to go to school. It's really hard to ask the elders in the family to come and work. His Majesty was the one who said that he would send troops to help. Even if His Majesty didn't say anything, we still had to do it. After harvesting, plant sorghum and then some soybeans. It's plump enough. The wheat is growing well. It's a bumper harvest. If you don't pay rent, you'll be a commoner. If you sell wheat, you'll pay tax. Can you sell it for a good price? Look at Li Dongzhu. Whatever price Li Dongzhu sets, we'll sell at that price. The grain merchants can only raise the price. Don't even think about buying cheap grain from us." The commoners chatted, not delaying their work. All of them had blissful smiles on their faces. A few years ago, before the summer harvest, there was a lack of manpower. There was no food to eat at home, so they could only borrow money to buy grain. When the summer harvest came and the rent was paid, the remaining grain had to be sold to repay the money. When selling, the grain merchants tried their best to lower the price. It was more than half the price of the grain they bought when there was a lack of manpower. They planted other crops. Before the autumn harvest, there was a lack of manpower, so they had to repeat the process. If there was a sick person at home who took medicine, after a year of hard work, they might still owe money. Now, there was no shortage of manpower and no food to eat. They had already set aside some extra grain. They did other work to earn money, such as making clothes, repairing houses, adding furniture, making jewelry for their wives, and feeding eggs for their children. After the harvest, they didn't have to sell the grain. There was enough money. This was what it meant to live a good life. Each day was better than the last. When the lightning flashed and thunder rolled, the finished wheat had already been piled up and covered with straw curtains. They were all piled up on flat areas. They were very high, so there was no need to worry about the rain washing down the ground. The rain looked like it was going to be heavy rain. After it finished, it would clear up tomorrow at the latest. Then they would dry the ground and spread the wheat out to dry. The next step was also easy. There were specialized tools for threshing the grains. They didn't lack tools for shelling, and they even had to grind the grains. Raindrops the size of beans splashed down. There was basically no one to be seen on the road. Those who were in a hurry had already run to the nearest shed to take shelter. They first rested and looked at the situation. The small boats in the water net lowered the curtains around them to prevent water from entering. The boats continued to move forward. Going against the current was more troublesome. If the rain was heavy, there would be more water. Going against the current was even more tiring. The workers at the docks didn't stop. They put on their sleeves, rolled up their trousers, and continued to move things. The small cars moved back and forth on the track. In the entire capital office, all the people who faced the road put away the straw sandals hanging under the eaves. Ever since Li saw someone without shoes in the East City, he publicized it in the newspaper. There was also a method to make straw sandals. Some people didn't need any tools at all. It was just a few pairs of straw sandals. They took the time to make them and hung them outside. If someone's shoes broke while walking, they just took them. They couldn't use them to light a fire, right? Grass couldn't withstand a fire. Even if the locals of the capital office wore straw sandals, they would wear finely processed straw sandals. They were comfortable and didn't break easily. No one wanted straw sandals that would break after walking for less than 10 miles. They were all prepared for the newcomers to the capital office. Going barefoot made the Tang dynasty look poor. In Li family Zhuangzi, the little girl stood at the door and watched the rain outside. She held a bottle of carbonated drink in her hand. She took a sip from time to time and panted heavily. It was made by Li. It was not good for the body to drink it all the time. Drinking it once in a while made people feel comfortable. When the weather was stuffy and hot, she would drink it iced and burp. She would feel refreshed all of a sudden. The people in Li family Zhuangzi's tofu workshop were soaking beans and preparing to make tofu. They would then use the tofu to make fermented bean curd. The heavenly soldiers needed a large amount of fermented bean curd. A large batch had already been sent away. Fermented bean curd needed some time to ferment. The Li family Zhuangzi was suddenly short of fermented bean curd. They had to make up for it. Li was not performing surgery today. The weather was bad. If something happened to a death row prisoner and he died on the operating table, the Tang dynasty would lose a labor force. He sat not far from the door. His eyes were listless. He was studying and watching other people's surgery videos. Princess Yongmu took Xiaolan to their study to organize the information and deepen her understanding. The children in Zhuangzi's house all ran to sleep, including Xiaolan and the children of Zhuangzi's neighbors. It was raining outside. They slept soundly. Li Longji drank tea and corrected memorials. There were a total of 5 memorials about the transfer of local officials. He did not care about the allocation of funds. He left it to the professionals. After calculating the candidates, he decided on them one by one and ordered someone to send them to Zhuangzi's Political Affairs Hall for the chancellors to review. The chancellors had actually already listed the candidates when they sent them up. Li Longji had other ideas. He used 2 of the positions for other people. If the chancellors did not agree, they would have to come over and talk about the candidates for the provincial governor. Li Shi, do you still remember what it was like when it rained during the coronation ceremony? Li Longji was bored and asked Gao Li Shi, who was standing next to him. Chapter 1594. Your Majesty, with the heavy rain, even the late elm tree money is gone. Just now I saw a farmer picking elm tree money from other places. Do you eat elm tree money for lunch? Gao Li Shi did not answer what it was like in the past or what he ate for lunch. Li Longji nodded. When we were eating highland barley, elm tree money and elm tree bark saved many people. The mulberries are out. Some of them are still green and purple. They are sweet and sour. Gao Li Shi mentioned another food. This is good. Eat it like a fruit. There are already people selling it in Chang'an. Let's look for Brother Yi. Li Longji could not look for women in broad daylight and did not want to read books. The chancellors were busy, and he could not go over to chat. Looking for Li Yi was fine. Li Yi had nothing to do today and did not attend classes. When Li Longji saw Li Yi, Qing Dai's family had just taken her home to sleep. The whole family stayed in Li family Zhuangzi, while the others continued to treat patients in various counties. They took turns to study in Li family Zhuangzi. There were many imperial physicians, so it was convenient for them to communicate. They mainly communicated about the contents of books. Li Yi copied a lot of books and read them alone. When there were things he did not understand, he could only bear with it. A large group of people could communicate with each other and share different opinions. In Chang, and they would go to see patients. They were worried when the weather was like this. When the little girl said that she was sleepy and sent people to look for them, they were relieved when they saw that the child's complexion was not bad. Brother Yi, the mulberries are out now. Do you want to make wine? Li Longji came in with an umbrella. Li Yi got up to make chrysanthemum tea and put some rock sugar in it. The vinegar made from mulberries is delicious. Old people and children can drink it. Make the vinegar. Tomorrow's newspaper will say that Zhuangzi is collecting mulberries. Li Yi guessed Li Longji's intention. He wanted him to increase the income of the people. There are many people in the capital who plant mulberries. It was good for the body to drink vinegar as a beverage. Li Longji looked at the chrysanthemum floating in the glass and said, Brother Yi, there are many fruits in the summer. Since you said vinegar is good, is it? Li Yi brewed some Qiding tea for himself. He put in a little bit of Qiding tea, which was from Sichuan and did not have in Chang'an. Seeing the color of the water in the cup change, he said, I can't carry it. King Chu has such a slender waist. Ask my brothers to take responsibility. Li Longji understood. As soon as Li Yi said that all the fruits that could be used to make vinegar were all raised in price. Other people couldn't afford it. There were so many kinds of fruits, and Li Yi couldn't price them one by one. Sang Mu said that she would accept the money, so she accepted it. It was a little cheaper than the retail price in the market, and a large number of unsold items would be given to the Li family Zhuangzi. If they could sell it, they would sell it. Children who ate mulberries as fruits would eat a few mouthfuls less and pick them for money. The Xinongxi said that this year's winter wheat harvest in the capital's government was good, and the hybrids they made themselves were also good. Next year, the hybrids can be planted on a larger area and then sell the seeds to the people. Guess how much the wheat harvest increased? How are you going to price it? As Li Longji spoke, he stretched out 2 fingers. Li Yi looked at Li Longji's fingers and said, "The harvest increased by 40%. Last year, when they were planting, they were all deep plowed and used farm manure and mineral fertilizer. The seeds were treated in advance, and the harvest was good. There weren't any pests or diseases. When the harvest was urgent, I even taught them how to make hanging nets and hanging birds." Huh. Li Longji looked at his fingers. "I've already hinted. Why don't you follow my instructions?" "Third brother, it's useless even if you stretch out your fingers. Estimating the data is a very serious matter." Li Yi was not fooled. 40%? That's right. The same seeds, according to your method, increase the harvest, and it's enough for a family to eat. Li Longji clenched his fists. The hybrids had not been released yet. After a series of operations, the original seeds increased by 40%. Unfortunately, no one was shouting auspicious signs. The ministers now did not care. They were waiting for corn and potatoes. "What's the price?" Li Longji asked again. "According to last year, the extra grain will belong to the farmers themselves. If the price of grain is lowered, they will suffer a big loss." Li Yi gave the price to maintain last year's price. The people could afford it, but they were not willing to eat wheat. Hunan province and other places had indica rice. The taste was not good, so it was cheaper. He had also planted a lot of indica rice in Huazhou and Tangzhou. They were piled up and sold. Until now, they were still not sold out. When the surrendered households got tired of the indica rice, they changed to pasta. Good. Li Longji agreed. Li Yi would not lie to him. Then he asked another question. How much will the hybrid seeds be sold for next year? Whether it is rice, sorghum, wheat, or other crops, the seeds can only be exchanged. They are not allowed to be sold. The seeds in the hands of the people will be replaced 1-to-1. The people will take the seeds and plant them. When the people harvest again, the local government officials will collect a batch of seeds and continue to exchange. In the future, every 2 to 3 years, the seeds will be exchanged 1-to-1 between the neighboring counties. If the seeds are always planted in the same place, the crop yield will be lower and the plants will degenerate. Li Yi did not support the sale. It was not a seed company. The Sea Agriculture Temple was the administrative department of the state. If the seeds were sold, there would be people selling them privately. They might even sell shoddy products. The money earned from selling the seeds was not much. If the people were fooled, their trust in the imperial court would be greatly reduced. There was no profit to be made by exchanging the seeds. They could not exchange the cooked seeds for the people. Right? Li Longji still agreed. Yes, exchange. Brother E, do you want to eat highland barley and elm rice for lunch? Someone saw the farmers bring back a lot of elm money before the rain. There should be no more after the rain. Li Longji did not forget about the elm money. Li E, highland barley and elm money. Weren't they used to feed the animals? Let's eat pancakes. Steam the highland barley first. Put the elm money in pancakes. Li Yi had an idea. He also remembered a movie where the Empress Dowager wanted to know the hardships of the people. She wanted to eat cornbread. So the imperial chefs had to grind the cornbread finer and steam it with white flour and honey. After the pancakes were steamed, the Empress Dowager said as she ate, "It's not easy for the people. This is all they can eat. I'll eat more." She indeed ate a few pancakes to show that she was suffering with the people. Okay. Li Longji did not understand. As long as there was something to eat, it was fine. Li Yi pulled the rope, and the farmer ran over. Ask Songda, who brought back the elm money. Leave some for us to have highland barley and elm rice at noon. Huh. The farmer had the same expression as Li Yi. Take the highland barley away. Li Yi explained how to do it. Ah, the farmer understood and ran out. At midnight, the officials who had been working hard all morning came to the cafeteria. Instead of sitting together, they deliberately sat in between the farmers who happened to be eating. The farmers were hardworking and could eat a lot. Seeing the farmers enjoying the food, they also had an appetite. As for eating with the farmers, it was beneath their dignity. That was not true. The farmers' lives were more precious than theirs, and they knew more secrets. Moreover, the farmers were literate and could write and calculate. The girl did not eat much in the morning. She woke up half an hour ago, rested, and came over in a raincoat. "Master, I had a dream." "A dream? Huh. Elm rice? Ordinary people don't eat elm rice like this." The girl was about to talk about her dream when she saw the pan-fried Highland barley pancakes on the plate. Chapter 1595. The little girl's county was not as rich as the capital. If Li Yi hadn't gone there with Li Longji and the others to give good ideas to the local and surrounding areas, there would still be people who needed to rely on some wild vegetables. When did the elm seed rice become a small brown biscuit on both sides? There was a fragrant smell. Others want to eat it. I don't like it. Elm seed rice should be eaten as snacks. That's how the farmers eat it. Li Yi explained to his eldest disciple. Don't misunderstand. Your master isn't the kind of person who pretends. Ah. The little girl suddenly understood and sat down obediently. Try one. It should taste good. Li Yi picked up a biscuit for his eldest disciple. Yes. There's so much oil. Of course it's delicious. The little girl knew how difficult it was to obtain oil. Oil could be extracted from soybeans. The people who found land to plant soybeans in the mountains and rivers couldn't bear to extract oil for themselves. Li Longji sat not far away and felt embarrassed. He wanted to eat it. If it didn't taste good, should he eat it or not? This was edible now, and it wasn't a big bowl. If one biscuit wasn't enough, she wouldn't eat a second one. It's fine to make it with white flour. Lu Huaishan had eaten it before. His salary was used to support his clansmen. Sometimes when there was no food at home, his wife would go to pick elm seed rice. He once invited other imperial officials to eat at home, but there wasn't any meat dish. The house he lived in was rented to others. Now that it belonged to him, the place was big. Next year, when we have elm seed rice, we can eat white flour. We can't eat it this year. It's the last meal. Li Longji knew he had made a big mistake. Why did he have to mention the Highland barley? Xiao Yi, can we still eat it? Bai Gu wanted to try the elm seed rice made with white flour. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu in surprise and gave him a look. Oh, we can't eat it. Bai Gu woke up. Her Majesty just said that they couldn't eat it. If Li Yi said that they could, would it be considered offensive? Today he refuted Her Majesty's words. But tomorrow he was referring to a deer as a horse? Bai Gu felt a little regretful. If it rained, he could still find some. Let me calculate. Yes, Your Majesty is very kind. I'm afraid that the people won't have enough food. So I've allowed Yu Qin to stay for a few more days further north. Li Yi also wanted to eat. He pretended to fiddle with his fingers a few times and gave such an answer. Li Longji, he then smiled. Yes, there are some further north. The further north it is, the colder it is, and the flowers bloom later. Send someone to fetch them. Third brother is so smart. Li Yi helped Li Longji pick up a small biscuit. Li Longji picked it up and took a bite. Highland barley doesn't taste good. If it wasn't steamed before frying, it would be hard to swallow. He was prepared to eat this one and not the second one. It really didn't taste good. The ministers each took one, only to find that there were none left. They looked at Li Yi and expressed their admiration once again. He had thought of everything, hadn't he? Master, there are small bumps on the elm leaves. If they're damaged, there are many small insects inside. Sometimes I want to eat an elm leaf, but I don't dare to eat it. The little girl talked about what she had seen and heard. Elm money, elm leaves, and elm bark could all be eaten. The elm four-vein cotton aphid you mentioned is only one of the pests. There are many other pests, including the diseases of the trees themselves. We need elm powder to be used as an adhesive. I'll write about it in the newspaper. The diseases are better, and we can use physical methods to deal with them. Physical light can eliminate some of the insects, and the rest have to be treated with medicine. The only medicines we can use now are lime water, plant ash water, and wormwood water. The effect isn't very good, but they have natural enemies. Li could make all kinds of pesticides, but they were produced in the laboratory. They couldn't be industrialized. So it's aphids. They're all roadside planters who specialize in planting elm trees. They take good care of them. Sometimes I also need to buy them for medicine. After the little girl learned it, she waited for her master to write it out and print it in the newspaper. She just needed to read it once. A few small plates were brought up, and on top of them were mulberries. When Yao Chong saw the mulberries, he suddenly said to the little girl, "Qing Dai, let me test you. What is this? How many effects does it have?" Those who were able to become prime ministers would have read some medical books. Hence, there was a saying, if you're not a prime minister, you're a good doctor. The little girl turned her head to look at her master. Li nodded his head. You're only allowed to answer. You're not allowed to ask questions. I know, master. The little girl knew how to deal with it. Grandpa Yao, it's like this. This is called mulberry. There's a saying in this dynasty. Benefits the 5 internal organs. Joint pain, calms the soul, calms the mind. Shinong's herbal classic. Mulberry is formed from the essence of mulberries. Its taste is sweet and its breath is cold. Lei Gong's medicinal properties. Mulberry opens and closes the orifices, benefits the blood vessels, calms the mind, blackens the beard and hair, improves the eyes and ears. The original book, Mulberry Hand, Foot, Shaoyin Tayin Blood. It's written in the herbal classic, Sweet Cool. Foot, Shaoyin Meridian Blood. The little girl blabbered on, reciting more than 30 books in one breath about the corresponding symptoms of mulberries, their processing, and their medicinal properties. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and revealed a sad expression. There should be more. Master wrote it in the medical books. I'm too stupid and have let you down. Everyone at the table, except for Li Yi, Princess Yongmu, and Xiaolan, were dumbfounded. This wasn't memorizing a section of a book. She was asking about something and finding the description of that thing from different books. Many people claimed to have photographic memory, but when they heard the little girl's words, they felt that they were lacking. Very good. Let's eat. Li Yi patted his eldest disciple's head and picked up braised ribbon fish for her. Ribbon fish had been frozen for too long, so it wasn't suitable for steaming. Thank you, master. The little girl was happy again. She liked to eat ribbon fish. Most importantly, she felt that her master didn't blame her for having a bad memory. She seemed to have an impression of a few words, but she couldn't remember them. After eating, she went back to look for them again. This time, she looked at them twice. Yao Chong gave Li Yi a grateful look. Thank you. Thank you for emphasizing that you're not allowed to ask questions. Li Yi nodded slightly with a hint of pride in his expression. This disciple of mine isn't outstanding in any way. She's just kind-hearted, knowledgeable, and talented in practical operations. The main thing is that she's too young and can't compare to those old men who have more experience. She's only 9 years old after the new year. She's not very useful. Just thinking about it makes me worried. Yao Chong actually understood. She took a deep breath and then another deep breath. Don't be angry. Eat. If you don't pay for the meal, you'll be eating until the Li family Zhuangzi becomes poor. Master, I said I was dreaming. I dreamed that Master wrote down which place was suitable for planting medicinal herbs or raising animals and insects for medicinal herbs. Then we had money, so we sent people to deal with it. After a few years, there were many medicinal herbs in the Tang dynasty. The little girl swallowed a mouthful of ribbon fish and raised her head to look at Li Yi. Okay, I'll write it down. I have money, so I'll set up a fund to be responsible for the planting and raising of medicinal herbs in various regions. I've already thought of the name of the fund. It'll be called the Tang Dynasty's Qing Dai Medical Fund. Qing Dai can not only be used to draw eyebrows, but it can also be used to draw the heart. When Qing Dai enters the water, It'll be as blue as the sea and the sky. Li Yi followed the words of his eldest disciple. Wasn't it just spending money? For this disciple it was worth it. Master, I said I was dreaming. The little girl blinked her big eyes. Then your dream has come true. If you don't believe me, you can ask these grandfathers. They'll mobilize the power of the government to help you. Li Yi said with a smile as he looked around. Chapter 1596. This is a small matter. Qingdai, eat the fish. Li Longji reached out and pushed the plate of braised ribbon fish towards the little girl. He only pushed it an inch away from her. Li Longji respected the little girl for the sake of the Tang dynasty. What else could the officials say? They were counting on Feng Qingdai to surpass the master. If they fell ill, they would be able to survive. The little girl was overjoyed. Oh my God! Her master supported her dreams, no matter how much money she had to spend. Didn't they say that the master had high requirements for his disciples? And he didn't teach them skills easily. They had to learn for many years and get the master's approval before they could share some of their skills with their disciples. Why was her master different? From the day she became his disciple, he taught her many powerful skills. Now he was willing to spend a lot of money to plant and cultivate medicinal herbs throughout the Tang dynasty. Master, they said that you are very strict with your disciples after you become their disciple. Why aren't you like that? The little girl asked doubtfully. My skills are too poor. Others don't want to be my disciple. It's not easy to find one who is willing to be my disciple. Naturally, I have to treat her well. Otherwise, what if she runs away? Li Yi's eyes were smiling as he touched his eldest disciple's head. The officials were speechless at first, but then they agreed. Yes, Li Yi was afraid that his disciple would run away. Which master wouldn't do everything to cultivate this disciple? If she fell into the hands of other imperial physicians, which imperial physician would be easily killed just to snatch her disciple? Only you, Li Yi, would dare to do it. What's more, if other people met this disciple, they would have nothing left to teach after teaching her for a year. Master lied to me. I'll eat. The little girl ate the hairtail happily. Tell them to collect more mulberries and dry them. Dry them in the shade. Don't dry them in the sun. Li Yi lowered his head and dissected the hairtail fish for Princess Yongmu. Someone immediately went out to pass the message. He didn't dare to delay. The little girl not only had a medicinal herb cultivation base, but also a fund. Brother Yi, do you have something to do in the afternoon? Li Longji looked at the little girl and said with a smile, I'll write down where is suitable for planting and cultivating. Li Yi admitted that even his disciple had dreamed of it. There was nothing wrong with it. His master knew. The rain outside became heavier, but no one in the restaurant was worried because of the heavy rain. The people of the capital office and the surrounding provinces were not worried either. If it rained, then so be it. The house had been repaired, so it would not leak. The drainage channel was made of cement, and the muddy water carried the withered grass far away. In places that were prone to blockages, people in straw raincoats and bamboo hats scooped up piles of grass with forks to clear the channel. The ships docked at the dock swayed gently with the waves, but it did not affect the people carrying the goods. Rainwater flowed down from the edge of the shed, and the people resting inside were eating boxed lunches. The 3 leagues had earned a lot of money from the advertisement for the dockworkers' clothing in Chang, and they had a lot of orders. In return, the workers were given a full set of clothes, shoes, a pouch, and food. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi cafeteria, the dishes were definitely not good. Even the Heavenly Earth cafeteria couldn't compare, let alone other places. Scrambled eggs with chives, roasted chicken with bamboo shoots, stewed fish in a big pot, stir-fried dried tofu with soy sauce, stir-fried shredded pork with pickled mustard and dongju, and braised sparrow in soy sauce. For a few days, it was always these 6 dishes, and the pickled vegetables were not counted. Sometimes, instead of stir-fried dried tofu, they would make fermented tofu or stir-fried dried tofu with chopped green onions. There were no other dishes. Every 10 days, They would eat a proper pork dish. Yes, pork was a good pork dish, but it was not proper. The rice was the indica, rice grown in Huazhou and Tangzhou. If it was cooked for a long time, the taste was not too bad, and the rice crust could be left at the bottom of the pot. Indica rice had a short growth cycle, and it did not feel like there were any veins. The big iron pot was boiled on the earthen stove, and a little more water was added, but not too much. If there was too much water, the water would flow to the top of the pot. When it looked like it was going to come out, they would draw firewood and light a small fire. In this way, the starch in the rice would be boiled, and then it would slowly dry. They would lift the lid with a fork to remove the water vapor, and the rice would be delicious. The rice crust at the bottom of the pot was guaranteed to be a little rough. This was good for cooking, and it could also be fried as a snack. The people of the E-Alliance were very serious, and Li Qingqi was in charge. If anyone dared to take advantage of this, it was guaranteed that the money would not be enough to buy their life. The people at the docks were content, and they could not even eat 6 dishes at home. The amount of dishes was fixed, but they could eat any staple food, and there was also a quarter of a salted duck egg. Recently, there have been more and more ships at the docks. At this time last year, there would not be such a long line, and many of them were new ships. A person who deliberately kept a little beard on his chin looked outside through the curtain of rain on the roof of the shed. The person who was in the same team as him, who obviously had a small left eye, said, "There are sailing ships from the coastal area. Yesterday, there was a ship from the Japanese Empire that came over. It was the same kind of sailing ship." Li Dongzhu drew the structure of the ship and printed it in the newspaper. "If you ask me, we should not let others know. There are more contacts with the Japanese Empire, and we should take back the good things of the Tang dynasty." In the same team, the person who shaved his head was not very happy. He was born with alopecia, and there was nothing he could do to keep it, so he just shaved it. He made himself a knife, and his wife helped him to shave it clean every day. He thought that good shipbuilding skills should not be learned by others, and that the Li family Zhuangzi should find someone to build a ship and sell it. If someone bought a ship and wanted to imitate it, they would have to dismantle it first, right? In the end, the newspaper drew it clearly, and the Japanese Empire learned it. We didn't lose anything. The Japanese Empire brought things over, and we need them. We're not the envoys of the Japanese Empire, so we should spend the money that should be spent. They came up with a messy name, something like the Nantian and Zihai Trade Group. Copper, silver, and dried seafood. I didn't see them for sale. Don't talk nonsense. I asked for extra food for you. It's free. The leader of the team came over with half a pot of stir-fried tofu. He put down the extra food and said, "The Nantian and Zihai Trade Group is a subsidiary caravan of the Tang Dynasty's Imperial Overseas Blessing Group. The Tang Dynasty's Imperial Overseas Blessing Group is the team of Lan Bao of the Lan family in Lantian County. Lan Bao's mother lost her eldest son, and her eyes were not good. She was about to die, and it was Li Dongzhu who went to bring Zhuangzi back. Li Dongzhu not only cured Lan Bao's mother's eyes, but also helped Lan Bao marry his sister-in-law last winter, and then this person's ability was indeed outstanding, and he actually found out about all these things. The group of people in the team was in awe. This was the boss, amazing. The ship from the Japanese Empire is operated by the people of the Tang Dynasty? Do they pay taxes?" The person with a chin beard was anxious. The bald man next to him was even more anxious, and he was anxious for his teammate. Didn't the boss say it already? The Tang Dynasty's Imperial Overseas Blessing Group is the imperial family of the Tang Dynasty. Yes. I was just thinking about something. Where did the things they brought go in the end? Imperial family, why are you still asking? If it's not for Her Majesty, then it's for the Li family, Zhuangzi. Hurry up and eat. After eating, rest for an hour, and then we have to go back to work. Why do you care so much? You're living a life of stir-fried cabbage, and you still worry about transporting silver? You talk too much. You're living a life of eating cucumbers, but you're thinking about gold. The people carrying the work continued to eat. Before the food got cold, the boss got the stir-fried tofu, which was amazing. Chapter 1597. There were people from the Japanese Empire and the Nantyan family eating together at the docks. When they first came to the Tang dynasty, the boat was lent to them by the Li family Zhuangzi. Nantyan Kazuko was beside them. Women in the Japanese Empire usually had a low status. The current empress of the Japanese Empire was called Yuan Shou, and she was a woman. The previous empress was called Empress Yuanming. She was still alive and had abdicated. Therefore, the status of women with abilities rose. In fact, women with abilities always had a high status. The people of the Japanese Empire ate with chopsticks. It was their first time eating stir-fried food. Before the arrival of Li Yi in the Tang dynasty, there were only a few dishes. The most famous dish was fried rice. When they entered the Tang dynasty, the boats would stop to buy food along the way. They bought whatever was cheap. As a result, the food they gave the dockers was the best meal the people of the Japanese Empire ate. They didn't go to Chang'an City. They only stayed at the docks and watched the people working there. They were envious of the clothes and shoes they wore. Facing the people of the Tang dynasty, they were inferior and felt that they couldn't compare. Nantyan Kazuko ate the same meal. There were 6 dishes and a salted duck egg. She felt that the docks were her home. The Li family Zhuangzi was next to her. Her other home was in Lantian County. She didn't go back often. She lived with her husband and mother in the drunken, immortal residence. They brought a lot of weapons to ensure the stability of the Nantyan family. The Japanese Empire's envoys had already brought back a batch of farming books. They didn't spread them to the commoners. In addition, they brought back the seeds of crops, including cotton fishing nets. They also brought back silk used for trade, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, and diesel. They were used to increase the family's food reserves. They were useful in wars or disasters. They brought back simple smelted copper and silver. If they produced something, they would buy it from other places. They could earn 3 times the profit from this trip. The Nantyan family earned 3 times the profit. The Li family Zhuangzi earned more than 10 times the profit. Li Yi kindly lent them a boat and didn't ask for money. They had to get it back from other sources. He came from his era and didn't have a good impression of many countries. Instead of using benefits to please others, it was better to use them on the people of the Tang dynasty. In summer, the common people could still light mosquito coils in front of the memorial tablets for a while, who in other countries would set up their own memorial tablets. He gave the Nantyan family 3 times the profit, and half of it went to Lanbao. The Nantyan family earned 150% of the profits. They were responsible for harvesting and maintaining the safety of the trading post. At the same time, their lives would be in danger if they followed the ship. The people of the Japanese Empire shoveled food into their mouths. It was delicious. Someone choked on the food and quickly drank a mouthful of the free soup. After swallowing the food, he asked Minamata Kazuko in the Japanese Empire language, "The food at the pier here is the best in the Tang dynasty, right?" Minamata Kazuko, she thought for a moment. The food at the docks of the Tang dynasty's capital office is indeed not bad. It's not expensive. Everyone has a meal, 3 cents per person, and there's a limit to the number of dishes. She didn't plan to bring these people into the Li family Zhuangzi. It was impolite. There were too many people of high status in the Li family Zhuangzi. She admitted that the food at the pier was okay, and Yimeng was responsible for paying for it. She even gave them clothes and shoes. Because she didn't take good care of them when it came to food, the loss outweighed the gain. There's no limit. The people of the Japanese Empire served themselves. He didn't like to eat fish, but he didn't lack other dishes. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a white coat and a white hat came over with a plate and placed it in front of Minamata Kazuko. "Kazuko, where's Lanbao? There's a braised pig ear left. I can't sell it. I'll mix it with cucumber for you to try." The man greeted them and turned to leave. "Thank you, Uncle Wang Wu." Minamata Kazuko thanked him. The people of the Japanese Empire suddenly understood. They could understand a little about the Tang dynasty. They weren't stupid. They understood that the promising women in their families had acquaintances in the Tang dynasty. They were given things by others. They ate and served themselves. They didn't stop them if they served more. Another person of the Japanese Empire ate a braised sparrow in soy sauce. "Kazuko, how did you catch this bird? It's delicious." The farmers were afraid that the sparrows would eat the ripe food, so they used nets to hang them. The sparrows had a lot of feathers, so it was difficult to clean them up. They were sold to sell them. The food sellers at the docks bought them and made them into vegetables. After a while, they stopped using nets. Li Dongzhu said not to kill too many. Give the sparrows a way out. It's not good to have too few sparrows. Minamata Kazuko knew the situation. She didn't eat the sparrows, so there was little meat. Look at other people eating. There are a lot of eggs. Won't the food sellers pay for it? Some people of the Japanese Empire were thinking about the things in the dishes. Where they were, there were few eggs and even less meat. There was fish, but ordinary people still couldn't eat meat. When we go back again, we'll bring roosters and hens. The chickens in the Tang dynasty lay a lot of eggs. I know how to use people to hatch chickens. Minamata Kazuko indirectly explained why eggs were cheap. There were a lot of eggs. The shredded meat that Dongzhu stir-fried with pickled vegetables was pork. It was lean meat. There was less meat and more pickled vegetables. Because there was less fat, the price was cheaper. The production of pickled vegetables was too high. They were shipped by ship. It tasted like meat. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was writing down which place had which herbs were suitable to grow, and which herbs were suitable for farming. Songda was instructing people to move the goods. They were all valuable things. For the Tang dynasty, copper was a precious metal. Li didn't want pearls. The cost of preserving them was high. If they were not handled properly, the pearls would gradually lose their luster. Copper and silver could be used to make future electronic products and wires. Copper wires were better than iron wires. Copper was also needed in power generation equipment. Silver was also needed in some key positions. In some cases, aluminum could also be used. The key was that Li Yi could only produce a little aluminum in the laboratory. When aluminum was first produced in Europe, the value of aluminum was higher than gold. After the quantity and weight were calculated, Songda asked Lan Bao, who was standing beside him, "Is there any danger there?" The Minamata family treated me well. They were good to me in the past, and they are even better now. The Japanese Empire worships the Tang dynasty. Lan Bao waved his hand. When he first went there, he gained status with his own skills. At that time, he didn't have any backing and he was afraid. Now no one can touch him. When he went there, he brought soldiers with him. He made a lot of money from this trip. Although he only got a small share, he didn't have many people with him. The Li family Zhuangzi's profits were high, and the Li family Zhuangzi's money was being prepared for the Tang dynasty. How much money could Li Dongzhu spend? "What goods are you going to load when you go back?" Songda asked. He had to make arrangements. He couldn't ask Lan Bao to buy them himself. Lan Bao opened his mouth and suddenly shook his head. "I don't want to say. Ask Dongzhu to guess. Let's see if Dongzhu can guess. I don't care if you waste time. Dongzhu is busy. I will see you at night." Songda didn't force him. He was not in a hurry anyway. At this moment, unless something big happened and the ministers didn't dare to make a decision, they could only ask Dongzhu for help. It was just a trade with the Japanese Empire. Dongzhu must not be disturbed. I asked them to stay in the Tang dynasty for a few days and take them to Xichang and city, the south of the city, and Lantian County, Lan Bao said with a smile. He had his own plans. He wanted to tell the Minamata family that he had great power and influence. They shouldn't have any thoughts that they shouldn't have. Chapter 1598. When it was time for dinner, Li Yi printed out a drawing. He drew it himself using the software. There was a number at a certain location on the map of the Tang dynasty, and the corresponding medicinal herbs were written below it. This drawing was handed over to the workshop. The workshop engraved the plates and printed them in large quantities. He was reluctant to print the paper. If it wasn't for the fact that drawing by hand was too tiring, he wouldn't have done it on the computer. "Master, let me massage your shoulders. You must be tired." The little girl looked at the drawing and smiled with satisfaction. "Master is amazing. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to draw this picture. How much do you know about the situation of the Tang dynasty and the medicinal herbs in order to be able to hide the world in your heart?" Li enjoyed it. It was his duty to be a disciple. "Master, you must spend a lot of money. The medicine is too expensive. The people can't afford it." The little girl rubbed Li Yi's shoulders and said, "You can give it to the people at the cost. Even the imperial court of the Tang dynasty will subsidize it a little. For the people who are really poor and sick, you can give them a handful of medicine to cure their illness. The value of the people who survive is far greater than a handful of medicine. In the future, when the people of the Tang dynasty in other places go to build and bring back good things, the people of the Tang dynasty will not have any thoughts of betrayal." Li Yi relaxed his shoulders. His eldest disciple's hands were weak and couldn't massage him. Bai Gu panicked when he heard this. "Xiao Yi, if the imperial court subsidizes the people, it will make them lazy. Besides, how much money will be spent on the medicinal herbs? Only a very small part of the Chinese people are lazy. If we strengthen the propaganda and guidance, the people will be very hardworking. The imperial court can get back the medicinal herbs subsidized by the imperial court through trade. Only knowing how to plant and cultivate medicinal herbs to subsidize the people is not a long-term solution. Water will dry up if there is no source. Wood will wither if there is no soil. You didn't read the book I gave you. Didn't it write about the national financial income and social income?" Li Yi patted his eldest disciple's hand, indicating that he should stop massaging and quickly sit down to eat. Tonight, vegetables were the main dish, and meat was only a supplementary ingredient. The cafeteria was different. It was still the same as before. Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko joined them. They sat in the corner with stir-fried mushrooms in front of them. They had no shortage of meat when they went out to sea, so they brought canned meat and bacon with them. There was no shortage of vegetables either. The Japanese Empire had a lot of wild vegetables. "You've worked hard to stir-fry the mushrooms and wood ears." He had brought back a lot of money in one go. Li Yi prepared to eat. He had braised pork, so he ate it with Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. He had done too much mental work in the afternoon and was tired. "Xiao Yi, you can't stop halfway." Bai Gu was still waiting for Li Yi to continue. "Sell it. Crush the medicinal herbs. Make an approximate amount of each and sell it outside." It was said that no matter what kind of illness it was up to others to decide whether they should take it or not. If they died from it, it would be a bad fate. If they survived from it, it would be because the medicine of the Tang dynasty was effective. Sell it at a higher price, and the money earned will be used to subsidize the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi picked up the trembling red braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. "Delicious. It's selling things to outsiders and giving the money to your own people. It's simple." Bai Gu acted as if it was no big deal. Li Yi couldn't be bothered with him. He picked up a monkey head mushroom for his eldest disciple. "Dong Zhu, guess what goods I want to bring back?" Lan Bao couldn't help but ask the question he had been wanting to ask for a long time. "Where are you going to guess?" Yao Chong looked at Lan Bao. "You're so immature." Everyone agreed with Yao Chong's words. Lan Bao went to the Japanese Empire and came back to ask people what the Japanese Empire needed. Li Yi said, "Can the Minamata family eat indica rice? It's cheap. You can have as much as you want. Indica rice is expensive, and the flour needs extra packaging to prevent moisture." Lan Bao's chopsticks fell on the table. He was dumbfounded. Minamata Kazuko was also shocked. Her face was full of disbelief. "Ah, the Japanese Empire is short of food. I've already thought of it. But I didn't say it, Baigu said again. Everyone automatically ignored him. After dinner, they would ask Li Yi to take a look at his illness or calculate his birthday. Dongzhu, how did you know? Lan Bao picked up his chopsticks again. He was puzzled. When the Minamata family realized that they were making money from the first trade, they sent weapons. They had to recruit people to defend them. Money moves people's hearts. Due to the lack of production, the Japanese Empire is currently short of food. Not only do they have to raise weapons, but they also have to feed the soldiers. The people who work at the docks can eat 6 dishes. The staple food is enough, not to mention the soldiers who are fighting at all times. Li Yi understood the situation of the Japanese Empire in this era. Not to mention a certain family, even the capital of Ping City, still didn't have enough food. During the recruitment, the soldiers were required to bring their own food. The later reforms had not yet begun. The entire society was in a state of food shortage. The first batch of weapons sent over was to defend the place. The second batch would definitely be food. Even if Lan Bao didn't say it, he would have given them food. As long as it's food, we can eat it. Minamata Kazuko looked at Li Yi gratefully. At the same time, she was more determined to follow the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had Li Dongzhu. They were not enemies. Dongzhu they still want. Lan Bao continued. Bacon, canned meat, and salted eggs. Treat the salted eggs like this. Put them in a jar and make them when you leave. Wash an egg, dip it in white wine, roll it in salt, wrap it in oil paper and put it in the jar. You can eat it when you reach the place. It can be stored for 1 or 2 months. Don't be too salty. Also, bring a large piece of rock candy that hasn't been decolorized. At critical moments, a small piece of candy can last you a day. Li Yi didn't wait for Lan Bao to say it. He had already mentioned the things he wanted to give. In fact, the better thing was the dried meat floss. Li Yi didn't want to give it. There were too many consumables. It was better to give it to the soldiers at the border. It's all right. Lan Bao lowered his head and ate. He finally understood why Li Yi let him do it. It was just that if he wanted to rebel, he would definitely be killed. It was too terrifying. He was so smart that he was like a demon. Don't be in a daze, everyone. Eat. Li Longji ordered calmly. What was there to be in a daze for? It was normal for Brother Yi to be like this. Okay, I'm not used to it. Su Yi muttered and ate. Li Yi ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Besides, the galleys aren't very useful. There are new galleys in Dangzhou. Send a few to help. When we pass by on the way back, I'll ask for a letter from His Majesty and a document from the Political Affairs Hall. Enlist the Tang Dynasty's navy to help load the threshed wheat in the eastern area of Hunan Province. Let's go together, bring more iron ingots, and sell them through the Minamata family in exchange for what I need. Just come back before the Yellow River runs out. Remember to make a list and give it to me together. Li had more plans. He was not satisfied with the Minamata family's operation method. It was too slow. Selling iron ingots could be used to make farming tools and weapons. The Japanese Empire's smelting technology was not good enough. If they were given good iron ingots, they would usually use them to make samurai swords. Lan Bao knew how to do it. He had learned it when he was learning it. Minamata Kazuko gathered her courage. Li Dongzhu, if you sell iron ingots to others, what if they make weapons and attack us? You can melt the iron ingots and mix it with bad iron. You can make weapons and sell them to others. It's best to make farming tools. Anyway, I'll provide you with things. You have to give me what I want even if you keep it for yourselves. Li Yi didn't care how others dealt with it. If you have the ability, take the initiative to attack. Chapter 1599. It seemed that during the summer harvest season, there shouldn't be much rain, and the weather cooperated. Today was a sunny day, so the people quickly took out the grains to dry and thresh them. Those that were close to the river were pulled by carriages to the river, and the water power helped. Those that couldn't be driven by the river were stepped on by their own feet. There wasn't a single farmer in the capital who would use a flail or a hammer to press down the crops during harvest. They would rather spend more money than waste time. After threshing the wheat stalks, they looked to see if there were any needs. If there were, they would pick the best ones and leave them. If not, they would use a guillotine to chop them into small pieces. It was suitable for feeding livestock and rabbits. They didn't make silage. It wasn't the time yet. It was summer, and there was a lot of rain, so the silage would become moldy. After feeding the livestock and poisoning them, they could sell the livestock. After processing the winter wheat, they still had to plow. It had rained heavily and the ground was wet. The wheat stubble was left in the ground, and it was easy for it to become moldy. They could only plow in. Next, they would consider planting soybeans or sorghum. The people weren't worried. Plowing would only take more time and money. It would be better if they plowed, as the next crop would increase in production. When plowing, they would plow the mature fertilizer. There was no shortage of livestock. If they didn't raise their own, they would rent from others. The Li family Zhuangzi had this business. The rent was to help feed the animals and bring back some feed for the animals when they returned. Renting from others cost more, but it required labor. The people who were farming were busy, and Chang and city was bustling with activity. The people from the Japanese Empire stood in 2 rows and strolled around the streets under the lead of Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko. They were dazzled. The carriages ran and stopped at the station, and people got on and off. The children who cleaned shoes sat there and read the newspaper. There was a bucket next to them. The bucket was filled with water, and there was also a small bamboo tube. Some people were thirsty and stopped to pay. The children who cleaned shoes poured out iced sour plum soup from the thermos. Those lowly children can read. The people from the Japanese Empire saw the children who cleaned shoes and knew that they were children under special circumstances. How could the children of the poor be literate? Otherwise, why would they read the newspaper? They are not lowly. They do things for their families, and they don't forget to study. They get paid for their labor, just like everyone else. Minamata Kazuko corrected her clansmen's mistake, telling them not to speak nonsense. Just as they were talking, a child dressed in gorgeous silk clothes came to the front of a shoeshine stall. He put on his slippers, put his little leather shoes in place, and sat down next to the shoeshine boy to buy a bowl of sour plum soup and read the newspaper. Kazuko, isn't that seat for people to sit on? Why aren't the children sitting? The people from the Japanese Empire were puzzled. They had just seen another stall owner sit down. The shoes are small, so it's inconvenient to wipe them while sitting down. The child who is cleaning the shoes can pick them up. Moreover, the child and the shoeshine were good friends. It was inconvenient for him to sit down and chat, so he looked down from above. Now, while drinking the sour plum soup, we can read the newspaper and talk about the contents of the newspaper. We can learn from each other. Lan Bao explained that in the capital office, no one from a wealthy family would look down on a child who shined shoes. Why do nobles have to treat commoners with courtesy? The Nantian family was a noble, so they didn't understand. Because behind the shoeshine boy is the Li family Zhuangzi. One of the Tubo envoys kicked the shoeshine boy, and then his leg was broken by one of the Tubo people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem with the leg. A voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked over, but they didn't recognize it. Minamata Kazuko recognized it. It was Tingyuan Mayang, a member of the Japanese Empire's envoys. Beside him were Shimoto Shinbei and Abe Nakamaro. The people from the Japanese Empire had come over. They had heard the news and came to look for them. They didn't want their own people to offend the shoeshine boy and then break his leg. Our envoys, this is... Minamata Kazuko introduced them one by one. The people from the Nantian family immediately bowed to show their respect. Their status was different. Minamata Kazuko didn't bow. She was Lan Bao's wife, and Lan Bao belonged to Li Yi. Not far away, Isinba, who had come over to watch the show, was livid. He knew the Japanese Empire's language, but he learned it later. That's right, that person was himself. At that time, Li Yi asked himself, "When did you break my leg?" Those who hadn't experienced it would never know Li Yi's horror and blackness. He wasn't as kind as he appeared to be. Now, whenever he saw a shoeshine boy, he would tremble. He had taken a lot of medicine, but it didn't work. Sometimes he would even have nightmares when he slept. When the envoys from the Japanese Empire saw the Tubo envoys, they didn't give them a good look. This was because they also remembered that one of their own had been tricked into harming Princess Yongmu and Zhuangzi's Shaoqin. Shaoqin and the others didn't understand what was going on. Li Yi went over and quickly found out the reason. Then his own people were beaten and sent to the canal to be blown up. Now he went to another place to work. Anyway, he wouldn't be coming back. He didn't know about the entire Tang dynasty, but in the entire Kyoto prefecture, Li Yi cared about every child. The children all called Li Yi brother Dongzhu. When they grew up, the envoys from the Japanese Empire were supervising their own citizens. They weren't allowed to cause trouble, especially when there were bad people from the Tubo Empire around. The Japanese Empire understood a lot, and the envoys were dispatched. They continued to stroll. Originally, the wall faced the street. Now the wall was gone, and the houses were changed to adjacent streets with windows and doors. There were many businesses. They sold some things, paid a management fee, and made extra money. In the past, no one was allowed to open an account outside the square. It was for the sake of public security, but people still opened them. Now, there was no problem with public security. The citizens lived a good life, and fewer people committed crimes. The number of people patrolling increased, and every citizen was willing to maintain this peace. The Japanese Empire's group had too many things for their eyes to take in. They had never seen such a wide road and such a bustling place. They felt so small. "Kazuko, why is that person's eyes different from normal people when he's holding a stick?" Another person from the Japanese Empire noticed the situation. "There are people in our clan who are blind too. They use sticks to tap the ground," Minamata Kazuko replied. "Oh, yes, there are. Why doesn't he tap it?" The Japanese Empire's people finally realized the problem. No wonder they couldn't tell. "There's a blind road under our feet. It's specially paved with cement. Look, it's a straight line." Jinbei Shimoto spoke. When he spoke, his eyes were full of emotions. "Oh, you can feel it when you step on it. The place near our clan should also be repaired with stones. There's a car in front, As the Japanese Empire's people spoke, they realized that the blind man was crossing the road. Just as they were getting anxious, they saw a few people coming over to help the blind man. The Tang dynasty's prime minister's motorcade would stop when they encountered a blind man, and the prime minister would personally help him. The person he helped wasn't a blind man. He was from the Tang dynasty. Abita Nakamaro told a story. Of course, he didn't know that Baigu wrote a poem and asked Li Yi for food and wine later in the story. That was a different story. Therefore, the Japanese Empire's people not only felt the prosperity and majesty of the Tang dynasty's charm, but also the breadth of human culture. This place was like a dream. Everything they heard and saw made them feel small again. Chapter 1600. As they walked, the Japanese Empire's Minamata family noticed a new problem. Those who aren't begging, are they hiding elsewhere because of our arrival? This person asked as soon as he thought of this. Abita Nakamaro looked at this person and was puzzled. "What are you thinking? Who do you think you are?" Before Minamata Kazuko and Lan Bao said anything, Shimoto Shinbei quickly said, "There are no beggars in the Tang dynasty's imperial magistrate. Those who are not in good health. Today, we are not going to the East Market. We are going to the West Market. Those who have no one to rely on will be in the West Market. We will pass by the Imperial City later, and Sazako Avenue will be in front of us. Our Honlu Temple is just beside the East Market, and Sazako Avenue is wider." As they walked, they saw many strange things and were not tired. After walking for a long distance, Minamata Kazuko paid for everyone to take the bus. Along with the sound of bells, they arrived at the West Market at around 10 a.m. The West Market was a market and not a house. Other than the horses, even the coachman was dressed in white as he drove out of Grieffield Lane. Before the Manamata family asked, Tinuan Mayong took the initiative to explain, when someone passed away, they were burned outside and buried. If not, they will build a coffin. The bodies of the dead winged knights were also brought back for their families to see before being burned and buried at the back of the Forbidden Garden. In the future, the Tang dynasty wants to build a new Tianshu temple. Now they're allowed to worship there, and some children who got incubus disease will be brought there at night to play with the lights. The next day, the children will be fine. Incubus disease can be cured in a place where the dead are. Isn't it more serious? The Manamata family could not understand. The spirits of the winged knights are there. Tell the children, and the children will not be afraid. The winged knights are very good at fighting. They can fight dozens of people at once. When they turn into spirits, they are still very powerful against other ghosts. The children were possessed by ghosts, and the incubus disease will be cured. Let the spirits of the winged knights kill the evil ghosts at night, and the children will be fine. He believed Xiandao Zhenbei's introduction very much so. Manamata Kazuko added, during the treatment, bring the child over a few days in advance and tell the child the story of the winged knights. They also drink the hero's spirit water, which is made by the Li family Zhuangzi. Lanbao nodded. He knew that the hero's spirit water was a calming medicine. It was both a psychological and medicinal treatment, and it was indeed effective. As they spoke, they entered the Grieffield Lane. Manamata Kazuko fished out an exchange voucher for 100 taels and handed it to the secretary, saying, Lantian County's Lantian Blue Treasure offering 100 taels. The person in charge of recording stood up, took the money, and bowed. The Tang dynasty is prosperous because of you. He sat down and wrote. Manamata Kazuko took out another 100 coins. The Japanese Manamata clan offers 100 coins. The person in charge of recording stood up again, took the money, and bowed. Tang Ri is deeply attached to the Nantian family. After sitting down and taking notes, he smiled and said to Lan Bao and Manamata Kazuko, Lan Bao, you and your wife are here again? Last time, I gave you a lot of money, and the child said that he missed Kazuko. I've been too busy recently, so I went to Kazuko's house and just came back. I didn't prepare anything, so I didn't want to see the child, Lan Bao explained. I did. I brought candy. Next, Jinbei put the bag he was carrying in front of him and opened it. There were a lot of crispy candies inside, and they were covered with sesame seeds. So, everyone went to see the people in the lane. Not everyone in the lane was in the house. Some of them were not in good health, so they were sitting outside, basking in the sun and knitting. Children were generally defective. Mental defects were rare, but they were usually physically defective. This was because children with mental retardation were often, it seemed cruel, but Li could understand. Children with mental defects were deprived of the right to live, and it was a family problem. However, many children and adults with mental defects were deprived of the right to live by politicians for their own selfish reasons. What kind of problem was that? For example, when the epidemic came, they were busy with their own elections, and in the face of a large number of deaths, they lied and concealed the data and remained silent. That was a saint elected by the people of a place. The saint was heartless and treated the people like straw dogs. Children were usually born with disabilities, and those who were born with disabilities were still. Manamata Kazuko had a warm smile on her face as she gave candy to the children one by one. The children were reading and writing, and some were making things. The people of the Manamata family could not see any trace of decadence or sadness from the children. The children all welcomed people with smiles, and they were very bright. At around 11 o'clock, everyone came out. How can they be like this? The people of the Japanese Empire could not understand. Children with physical defects. But why do they feel more energetic than normal people? Which place did not have disabled people? Not to mention disabled children. Why did the children feel different in the Tang dynasty? Abe Nakamaro sighed and explained. They went to the Li family Zhuangzi and came into contact with the Li family Zhuangzi's guards. What's wrong with the guards? Can they be cured? One of the people of the Minamata family frowned. Most of the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi's generation were disabled, and they fought in wars. You all know that the wing knights are strong, but you don't know how powerful the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi are. No matter how well trained the wing knights are, no matter how strong their bodies are, they are very respectful to the guards. When they fight, even the disabled guards have a 50-50 chance of survival. No wing knights can guarantee that they can survive. The disabled children come into contact with the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi, and they work even harder when they are learning. Minamata Kazuko said. She respected the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi very much. The guards were also learning. Even if they were disabled, they still worked hard to improve themselves. Let's go to the south of the city. We will come to the east and west of the city tomorrow. Let's go back and take Zhuke Avenue. Lan Bao calculated the time. It was time to eat. It was impossible to finish walking around Chang, and in one day, there were still many shops that they had not visited. Everyone took the bus again. This time, they did not spend any money. Grief Field Square gave them tickets, and they could enjoy a lot of benefits with the tickets. Everyone had seen Zhuke Avenue when they went to the east and west. It was too wide. Now that they had entered Zhuke Avenue, they looked left and right. Even if they wanted to assassinate someone with a crossbow, they would not be able to reach them. The bus did not go in the middle. It went to the side. At noon, the bus passed through the illustrious Virtue Gate and arrived at the south of the city. The area in the middle, from the south to the north, belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. When Li Yi bought the land, who would have thought that the land outside of the city would be so expensive? Li Yi had invested a lot to renovate the land and let the people outside of the city gain practical benefits. Bai Gu did some calculations and felt that he had taken advantage of Li Yi. Now he wanted to buy the land back from Li Yi at 10 times the price. Unfortunately, Li Yi did not want to sell it to him. There were shacks in the south of the city. How much could they be worth? When Li Yi bought the land, the price he offered was much higher than the price of the shacks. Now, whoever had the ability to build a shack, there was definitely a symbol of strength. It was even more powerful than the courtyard houses in the first ring road where Li Yi lived. Those were near the South Sea. Li Longji was probably the only one who was bored enough to set up a shack.